Tonight, you're drifting through the long, winding story of a country that wasn't always here, and almost never happened. You'll pass through frozen camps, candlelit rooms, and chaotic battlefields. You'll witness founding fathers arguing over commas, presidents aged by war, and the many forgotten lives that quietly shaped what we now call the United States. If this kind of storytelling helps you rest, feel free to like the video and subscribe, but only if it actually brings you peace. And let me know in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is right now. It's always strangely comforting to see who's out there drifting off to the same quiet story. So, dim the lights. Let the quiet hum of history settle around you. And let's begin. Long before the first shot was ever fired. Before there was a United States of America, before the flags, the fireworks and the fast food, there was simply land. Endless, wild and unsupervised land. It stretched from frozen tundras in the north to humid tropical swamps in the south. No highways, no borders, no welcome to Kansas signs. Just an enormous continent that had been quietly existing for millions of years, minding its own business. If we were to rewind time, say, 12,000 years or so, we'd see the world in a rather chilly state. Great ice sheets, thick enough to make an English winter seem tropical, covered much of North America. But as the planet began to warm, something remarkable happened. Glaciers slowly retreated, carving out valleys and lakes, leaving behind the fertile landscapes that would one day host bustling cities and coffee shops full of people pretending to work. As the ice withdrew, people advanced. Long before Columbus ever got lost on his famous voyage, humans had already been living across the Americas for thousands of years. These were the first peoples, the ancestors of today's Native American nations, and they didn't stumble upon the land accidentally. They migrated purposefully, following herds of mammoths and bison across the ancient Bering land bridge that once connected Siberia and Alaska. Imagine that. One long frozen walk that would eventually lead to New York traffic. Over generations, these early migrants spread throughout the continent, adapting brilliantly to every imaginable environment. Some settled in the dense woodlands of the east, others in the deserts of the southwest, and some along the vast Pacific coast. Each group developed unique cultures, languages, and ways of life that perfectly suited their surroundings. They weren't merely surviving, they were thriving, farming, trading, and storytelling long before any European mapmaker thought to scribble "Here be dragons" on a chart. Let's linger for a moment in the Mississippi River Valley, where around 1,000 years ago, a city called Cahokia rose to prominence. At its height, it may have had as many as 20,000 inhabitants, larger than London at the same time. Its people built enormous earthen mounds that served as temples, burial sites, and platforms for leaders' homes. From atop those mounds, the view of the surrounding plains must have been magnificent, and perhaps slightly intimidating for visiting neighbours. Further west, in the arid lands we now call the American Southwest, another great culture flourished. The ancestral Puebloans, or Anasazi as they were once called. They built astonishing stone dwellings into the sides of cliffs, entire villages suspended in time and sandstone. These were feats of engineering and artistry that would have impressed even the Romans, had the Romans been able to find the place. Meanwhile, in the Pacific Northwest, forests rich with cedar and salmon supported powerful coastal tribes like the Tlingit, Haida, and Kwakiutl. Their artistry in totem carving was, and remains, extraordinary. Each towering totem told stories of lineage, spirituality, and legend, blending myth and memory into wood. It's quite humbling to think that while Europe was busy worrying about feudal taxes, people here were building entire histories in trees. Further south, the Pueblo peoples perfected irrigation in desert climates, growing maize, beans and squash, the three sisters of indigenous agriculture. Their farming was sustainable and rhythmic, guided by celestial observations. They watched the stars not for astrology, but for timing, though one imagines they'd have appreciated a horoscope that promised mild rain, good harvest, and fewer droughts. And on the Great Plains, vast grasslands teemed with bison, and communities like the Lakota, Cheyenne, and Pawnee lived in harmony with these herds. Before the horse, which, ironically, Europeans would later reintroduce to the continent, these societies moved on foot, expertly managing migratory cycles and hunting patterns. Every part of the bison was used: meat for sustenance, hides for shelter, bones for tools. Waste was unthinkable. Sustainability wasn't a trendy lifestyle choice, it was simply common sense. Now, it's easy to romanticize this pre-Columbian world, to imagine it as some peaceful paradise where everyone meditated under the stars. In truth, it was as complex as any human society. There were alliances, rivalries, wars, and trade routes spanning thousands of miles. Copper from the Great Lakes, shells from the Gulf of Mexico, and obsidian from the Rockies all found their way into distant hands. Civilization, in other words, was already well underway, just without the noisy convenience of metal coins or stock markets. The spiritual life of these first peoples was equally rich. Belief systems varied, but a deep respect for nature was universal. Mountains, rivers, and animals were sacred, imbued with spirits and meaning. Life wasn't divided neatly between the material and the spiritual. The two coexisted like morning mist over a still lake. Every hunt, every harvest, every sunrise was part of a living relationship with the land. Something we, in our modern chaos, could perhaps learn a thing or two from. Let's pause again to appreciate how immense and varied this continent was. From the icy expanses of Alaska to the steamy Everglades, from rocky deserts to dense forests, every region offered a new challenge, and each culture rose to meet it. This wasn't a single monolithic civilization, but a magnificent mosaic of thousands of nations, each with its own language, traditions, and worldview. When Europeans finally arrived, they didn't discover a new world. They entered one that was already ancient. But of course, that's precisely what would happen next. In the late 15th century, across the Atlantic, Europe was in a bit of a mood. The Renaissance was blossoming, trade routes were expanding, and kingdoms were growing competitive. Spain, Portugal, France, and England were all eager to find new lands, spices, and, let's be honest, new things to conquer. The world was suddenly too small for their ambitions. Enter Christopher Columbus, who in 1492 sailed westward in search of Asia, and, famously, didn't find it. Instead, he reached the Caribbean, though he was quite certain he'd arrived somewhere near India. Thus, the unfortunate term Indians was born, a geographical misunderstanding that stuck around for centuries. It's remarkable how one man's poor navigation could shape global terminology. The arrival of Europeans marked one of the greatest turning points in human history, and not necessarily a cheerful one. With them came iron, horses, guns, and tragically, diseases that would devastate native populations. Smallpox, measles, and influenza spread faster than any army, wiping out millions who had no immunity. Entire villages vanished almost overnight, their stories and traditions carried only by survivors. Still, even amid such loss, indigenous cultures endured. Many adapted, traded, and resisted. They shaped the future of the continent as much as, and often in spite of, the newcomers. But that, dear listener, is a tale for our next chapter. For now, let's remain in this moment before contact. A quiet continent, vast and alive, dotted with vibrant communities and endless skies. Picture the prairies shimmering under the sun, forests whispering in the wind, canoes gliding along misty rivers. It was a land unclaimed, yet profoundly claimed by those who understood it best. And while Europeans were busy naming stars after themselves and arguing over theology, the peoples of the Americas were charting the cycles of the moon, mapping the constellations and watching the same sky, though without needing to own it. The irony, of course, is that for centuries afterward, history books would begin the story of America in 1492, as if nothing of note had happened before then, as if this land had been waiting patiently, empty and polite, for someone with a flag to show up. But tonight, as we drift gently through this prehistory, we know better. The story began long before ships crossed the Atlantic. It began with footsteps crunching across frozen plains, with fires flickering beneath endless stars, and with voices telling the first stories in the first tongues spoken on this soil. And perhaps that's what history truly is. Not merely the record of kings and battles, but of people quietly living, loving, and surviving. In that sense, the first peoples of North America were historians too. Their memories carved not into parchment, but into mountains, rivers, and the rhythm of the seasons. As we prepare to move forward toward colonization, revolution, and the ever-growing noise of civilization, take a moment to imagine the stillness that came before it all. The whisper of wind through pine, the distant call of a wolf, the quiet heartbeat of a continent not yet divided, not yet mapped, simply existing, patient, ancient, and timeless. Sleep, if you can, to the thought of that. A world before names, before nations, before history began keeping score. A land at peace with itself, waiting unknowingly for the greatest and most complicated story ever told, the story of America. If you were alive in Europe during the late 15th century, you'd have heard quite a lot of commotion about one thing: maps. Not the helpful kind with GPS and polite digital voices, but those beautifully inaccurate drawings with sea monsters lurking in the margins and the occasional guess about where India might be. It was, you see, the age of exploration, when ambitious monarchs and mildly confused navigators began poking around the planet in search of new routes, riches, and perhaps a touch of glory. Our story properly begins in 1492, that famously overused year when Christopher Columbus, an Italian sailor under the flag of Spain, set sail westward in search of a shortcut to Asia. He had no intention of finding a new continent, and, to be fair, he succeeded marvellously in that regard. He didn't find Asia. Instead, he bumped into a few small islands in the Caribbean, which he optimistically declared part of the Indies. Thus began one of history's greatest misunderstandings, and millions of Native Americans found themselves permanently mislabeled as Indians. Columbus made several voyages across the Atlantic, each time more convinced he had reached the edges of Asia, despite the rather inconvenient fact that nothing looked remotely like it. The landscapes were lush, the people unfamiliar, and the spices, well, entirely missing. But his discovery, as Europe called it, set off a chain reaction. Suddenly, everyone with a ship and a monarch's approval wanted in on the adventure. Spain moved quickly. Within decades, Spanish explorers, the conquistadors, were crisscrossing the Caribbean and the American mainland in pursuit of gold, glory, and the occasional soul to convert. Hernán Cortés marched into the Aztec Empire in 1519 and, through a lethal combination of cunning, steel, and smallpox, brought it to its knees. Not long after, Francisco Pizarro did the same to the Inca Empire in South America. It was an extraordinary, if rather grim, period of human ambition, full of courage, cruelty, and questionable navigation skills. Meanwhile, the French, not wanting to be left behind, sent explorers of their own. Jacques Cartier sailed up the St. Lawrence River in 1534, claiming what would become Canada for France. He found neither gold nor a northwest passage to Asia, but did find plenty of fish and forests, which, as it turned out, would prove far more valuable in the long run. The French eventually established fur trading posts, forming partnerships and sometimes rivalries with indigenous peoples who had been managing the land for centuries. The French approach was generally less about conquest and more about commerce. Though let's not pretend they didn't enjoy a good flag planting ceremony when the opportunity arose. Then came the English. They had been slow to join the game, distracted as they were by political drama, at home, the Wars of the Roses, Henry VIII's multiple marriages, and the Reformation were quite enough excitement for one island. But by the late 1500s, they were ready to set sail. Under Queen Elizabeth I, England's explorers began to imagine an empire of their own, though empire, at this stage, mostly meant finding somewhere dry to land and not starving. One of the earliest English ventures was the ill-fated Roanoke colony, established off the coast of present-day North Carolina in 1587. The settlers, led by John White, struggled with supply shortages and hostile conditions. When White returned from England with new provisions 3 years later, he found the colony deserted. Its inhabitants vanished without a trace, leaving behind only a single cryptic word carved into a post: Croatoan. To this day, historians debate what happened to them. Perhaps they integrated with nearby native tribes. Perhaps they succumbed to the elements. Or perhaps they simply got tired of waiting for the next supply ship and walked off muttering, "Enough of this." Still, the mystery of Roanoke didn't deter England. The idea of colonization was too tantalizing. A chance to expand influence, acquire wealth, and maybe, just maybe, annoy the Spanish. And there was plenty of Spanish influence to annoy. Spain had built a vast empire stretching from South America through Mexico and into parts of what is now the United States. They established St. Augustine, Florida, in 1565, the oldest continuously inhabited European settlement in North America, and it remains a charming coastal city today, though with far fewer conquistadors. By the early 1600s, the stage was set for a new phase of colonization, one that would permanently reshape the continent. But before we rush ahead, it's worth pausing to consider what exploration meant at the time. For Europeans, it was discovery, opportunity, and destiny. For the native peoples of the Americas, it was intrusion, upheaval, and often tragedy. The collision of these worlds brought trade, exchange, and cultural blending, but also warfare, disease, and displacement on an unimaginable scale. History, as ever, is a complicated guest at the table. Now, if you were a sailor in this period, life was less romantic adventure and more extended damp misery. Voyages across the Atlantic could take weeks or months, with cramped ships, stale food, and the occasional bout of scurvy, which, for the record, is less fun than it sounds. Many ships never arrived at all, claimed by storms, mutiny, or navigational blunders. Yet still they came, driven by greed, faith, and the hope of finding something better. And in a sense they did. The discovery of the New World transformed Europe. Crops like maize, potatoes, and tomatoes crossed the Atlantic, enriching European diets and economies. In return, horses, cattle, and wheat made their way to the Americas, along with, regrettably, diseases such as smallpox and measles. This exchange of goods, ideas, and microbes became known as the Columbian Exchange, and it reshaped the world's ecology, economy, and population in ways that are still felt today. One could almost admire the symmetry of it all if it weren't for the staggering human cost. By some estimates, within a century of European contact, the population of the Americas declined by as much as 90%. The greatest demographic collapse in human history. Villages vanished, traditions were lost, and survivors faced waves of colonization that would continue for centuries. It is a sobering truth that beneath the glittering tales of exploration lies an ocean of sorrow. But let's not end the chapter in despair. Even in these early years, the seeds of something new were being sown. From the ashes of conquest emerged the beginnings of cultural blending, in language, food, and faith. Spanish missions introduced Christianity to the southwest. French traders intermarried with indigenous women, creating communities known as Métis. And English settlers, when they finally managed to establish a successful colony, would begin developing ideas of self-governance that would echo all the way to the founding of a nation. That colony, of course, was Jamestown, established in 1607, but we'll save its story for the next chapter. For now, picture the Atlantic world at the dawn of the 17th century. The great European powers were all staking claims on distant shores, sketching maps, and dreaming of empires. Ships moved constantly between continents, carrying not just goods but ideas, hopes, and diseases. The world was, for better or worse, becoming connected. And across the ocean, in the forests and plains of North America, the first peoples watched these strange newcomers with wary curiosity. Some traded, some resisted, some fled. None could have known that their lives, and the entire continent, were about to be transformed forever. If we could drift through time and hover above the world in 1600, we'd see two civilizations, old and new, circling each other like dancers who haven't yet decided whether to waltz or to fight. It was a moment of possibility, of promise, and of peril. A new world was being born, though it would be centuries before anyone agreed on who it belonged to. And so, as our ship creaks softly on the waves and the stars fade over the Atlantic, we close this chapter. The explorers have found their shores, the kings have found their maps, and history has found its next great stage. Sleep now, if you wish, to the sound of those distant waves, gentle, relentless, and ever reaching towards the land where the story of America is only just beginning. The late 18th century, a time of powdered wigs, polished boots, and people writing long letters about liberty while drinking tea. Until that tea ended up in Boston Harbour, of course. By the 1760s, the British colonies in North America had grown rather large and self-assured. There were 13 of them, stretching along the eastern coast, bustling, diverse, and occasionally rebellious. They had local assemblies, newspapers, and a fondness for self-governance. But despite the distance, they were still very much under British rule, and London rather liked it that way. After all, the colonies were excellent customers, sending back tobacco, timber, and taxes, or at least that was the plan. You see, the British Empire had just finished a rather expensive war, the 7 Years' War, 1756 to 1763, which confusingly involved fighting everywhere from North America to India. In America, it was known as the French and Indian War, and though Britain won, it cost a fortune. So, London's clever idea was simple. If the colonies benefited from British protection, surely they could help pay for it. Cue the arrival of taxes, the Sugar Act, 1764, the Stamp Act, 1765, the Townshend Acts, 1767, and a long list of other financial inventions. The colonists, however, weren't thrilled. They argued quite passionately that since they had no representatives in the British Parliament, they shouldn't be taxed by it. Hence the famous slogan, "No taxation without representation." It was catchy, memorable, and, crucially, made for excellent protest banners. Now, most Britons back home didn't think much of it. Many in Parliament thought the Americans were being a touch dramatic. They paid far less tax than people living in Britain. But to the colonists, it wasn't just about the money, it was about principle. Each new act felt like another sign that Britain didn't see them as equals, but as distant subjects, profitable ones. The tension simmered quietly until March 5th, 1770, when it boiled over in what became known as the Boston Massacre. A group of colonists began taunting British soldiers. Snowballs were thrown, insults exchanged, and then in a moment of panic, shots were fired. 5 colonists were killed. The incident became propaganda gold for revolutionaries like Samuel Adams, who used it to stir public outrage against the Crown. And then came the tea. In 1773, Parliament passed the Tea Act, granting the struggling British East India Company a monopoly on tea sales in America. Colonists saw this as another sly attempt to control them. So, one December evening in Boston, a group of men dressed as Mohawk Indians boarded ships and dumped 342 chests of tea into the harbour. It was a dramatic gesture, and not a cheap one. The tea was worth a small fortune. London was not amused. Parliament responded with the Coercive Acts, which the Americans quickly renamed the Intolerable Acts, closing Boston's port, dissolving local assemblies, and placing Massachusetts under military rule. It was, in essence, the political version of a parental grounding. By 1774, the colonies had had enough. Representatives from 12 colonies met in Philadelphia to form the First Continental Congress, a rather serious-sounding name for what was, in effect, a large argument about what to do next. They agreed to boycott British goods and petition the king, hoping reason would prevail. Spoiler alert, it did not. Then, in April 1775, the first shots were fired at Lexington and Concord. Nobody quite knows who shot first, but within hours, the countryside erupted. Farmers, blacksmiths and merchants took up arms. The Minutemen, as they were called. The American Revolution had begun. Soon after, the Second Continental Congress convened, appointing George Washington as Commander-in-Chief of the new Continental Army. Washington, tall, reserved and dignified, cut a fine figure in uniform, though he'd later admit his troops were a mixed lot. Still, they had enthusiasm, and that counted for something. In 1776, a pamphlet called Common Sense, written by Thomas Paine, swept through the colonies like wildfire. It argued that monarchy itself was unnatural, that an island shouldn't rule a continent. It was a radical idea at the time, but it gave voice to what many were already thinking. By summer, it was clear there was no going back. On July 4th, 1776, the Continental Congress approved the Declaration of Independence, primarily written by Thomas Jefferson. It declared that all men are created equal and endowed with rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Lofty ideals, to be sure, though the practice of them would take rather longer to arrive. The war that followed was, frankly, brutal. The British Army was the most powerful in the world, well trained, well equipped, and supported by the mighty Royal Navy. The Continental Army, by contrast, often lacked shoes, food, and ammunition. Washington's men suffered terribly during the winter at Valley Forge, 1777 to 1778, with frostbite and hunger their constant companions. Yet somehow morale endured. The turning point came at Saratoga, 1777, where American forces led by Horatio Gates defeated the British in a major battle. The victory persuaded France, ever eager to annoy Britain, to officially join the war on the American side. Soon, Spanish and Dutch support followed, and the conflict expanded into a full-scale global affair. Washington, aided by French officers like Marquis de Lafayette, began to gain ground. In 1781, with the help of French troops and a French naval blockade, the British Army under General Cornwallis was cornered at Yorktown, Virginia. Surrounded and outnumbered, Cornwallis surrendered, effectively ending the war. 2 years later, in 1783, the Treaty of Paris formally recognised the independence of the United States. Britain, perhaps weary of the whole business, accepted defeat with typical stoicism, though one imagines the royal sighs could be heard all the way across the Atlantic. And so, a new nation was born. 13 independent states united under the banner of liberty. But of course, freedom came with complications. The Articles of Confederation, America's first attempt at government, were, well, ambitious but flawed. The central government was too weak, the states too independent, and money, as ever, was a problem. Still, the war had created something remarkable, a belief that ordinary people could govern themselves. The revolution inspired not only Americans, but also people in France, Haiti, and beyond. Yet it also left contradictions unresolved, most notably the persistence of slavery and the limited rights of women and indigenous peoples. These issues would linger, haunting the young republic for generations to come. After the war, Washington retired briefly to his Virginia estate, Mount Vernon, where he no doubt hoped to spend his days peacefully among the crops. But fate and politics had other plans. The country soon realized it needed a stronger system of government, and Washington, reluctantly but dutifully, would return to lead it. The revolution wasn't just a military victory, it was a psychological one. It transformed 13 scattered colonies into a single nation bound by a shared experiment, democracy. Not perfect, not without hypocrisy, but daring all the same. Back in Britain, life went on. The empire would eventually recover, expanding in Asia and Africa. In time, Britain and America would even become allies, though that took a few decades and another small war, which we'll get to soon enough. For now, imagine the scene. It's 1783. The war is over. The streets of Philadelphia are filled with celebration, fireworks, and toasts to liberty. Somewhere, Washington stands quietly, watching his soldiers disperse. He removes his hat, sighs deeply, and mounts his horse. The world has changed, not through kings or empires, but through an idea that people could shape their own destiny. A daring thought indeed, and one that would soon be tested. Ah, peace at last, or so they thought. The war was over, the redcoats had sailed home, and the former colonies were now officially independent. But as anyone who has ever won something knows, the real challenge often begins after the celebration ends. The new United States of America had achieved freedom, yes, but it now faced the small matter of figuring out how to actually govern itself. It's a bit like moving out of your parents' house. At first, it feels thrilling. Then you realise you've got to pay rent, buy groceries, and fix the leaky roof yourself. That, in essence, was the situation facing the newly independent states in 1783. The war had left the country exhausted. Farms had been destroyed, trade disrupted, debts piled up, and the Continental Army, though victorious, hadn't been paid properly in months. Soldiers returned home as heroes, but many also returned broke. And as for the government, well, it barely existed. The nation's first framework, the Articles of Confederation, was more of a gentle agreement than a functioning constitution. Drafted in 1777 and ratified in 1781, it deliberately avoided strong central authority. After all, they'd just fought a war to escape tyranny. No one was in a hurry to build a new one. The problem, however, was that without a strong central government, very little actually worked. Under the Articles, Congress could pass laws but couldn't enforce them. It could ask states for money, but not demand it. And since each state had its own currency, laws, and trade rules, it was rather like trying to run a country made up of 13 slightly argumentative cousins. One of the earliest signs of trouble came in 1786 with Shays' Rebellion. In Massachusetts, farmers who had fought bravely during the Revolution now faced heavy taxes and the threat of losing their farms. Led by a former soldier, Daniel Shays, they marched on local courthouses to demand relief. The rebellion was eventually put down, but it terrified leaders across the states. If this was happening in peacetime, what would stop future uprisings? It was becoming clear the United States needed a stronger foundation, a proper government with real authority. So, in the summer of 1787, delegates from 12 states, Rhode Island, ever the rebel, refused to attend, met in Philadelphia for what became known as the Constitutional Convention. Their task was to revise the Articles of Confederation, but soon enough they decided to scrap them entirely and start anew. Among those gathered was George Washington, who was elected to preside over the convention. He had hoped to retire quietly to Mount Vernon, but his sense of duty pulled him back once again. There was James Madison, small in stature but brilliant in mind, who would later earn the title Father of the Constitution. There was Benjamin Franklin, now 81, whose wit, wisdom, and general sense of mischief kept spirits high. And then there was Alexander Hamilton, sharp-tongued and energetic, already dreaming of a strong central government that could rival Europe's great powers. The debates were intense, to say the least. Some wanted a powerful federal government. Others feared it would trample the rights of individual states. There were disputes over representation, taxation, and, most divisively, slavery. Southern states insisted their enslaved populations be counted for representation, while northern states objected. The eventual compromise, grim though it was, counted enslaved people as 3/5 of a person for both taxation and representation. It was an uncomfortable reminder that liberty in America was still selective. After months of negotiation, sweat, and no air conditioning, a dreadful thought in a Philadelphia summer, the delegates produced the US Constitution. It established 3 branches of government: legislative, executive, and judicial, each designed to check and balance the others. Power, at least in theory, would never again rest in the hands of one person alone. The document was signed on September 17th, 1787, and sent to the states for ratification. The debates that followed were fierce. Supporters of the new constitution, known as Federalists, argued it was necessary for national unity. Opponents, or anti-Federalists, feared it gave too much power to the central government. The Federalists, led by Hamilton, Madison, and John, are peace at last, or so they thought. The war was over, the redcoats had sailed home, and the former colonies were now officially independent. But as anyone who has ever won something knows, the real challenge often begins after the celebration ends. The new United States of America had achieved freedom, yes, but it now faced the small matter of figuring out how to actually govern itself. It's a bit like moving out of your parents' house. At first, it feels thrilling. Of course, every government needs a leader, and there was really only one choice for the job: George Washington. Elected unanimously, he became the nation's first president in April 1789. Washington took office in New York City, which was briefly the capital. He was keenly aware of the precedent he was setting. There were no rules yet, no motorcades, no campaign speeches, not even a proper White House. Everything he did would become a model for future presidents. So he led with restraint, humility, and a good deal of patience. His cabinet included Thomas Jefferson as Secretary of State and Alexander Hamilton as Secretary of the Treasury. 2 men so ideologically opposed that putting them in the same room was a bit like placing a candle next to a firework. Jefferson favoured a more rural, agrarian nation with limited federal power, while Hamilton envisioned a strong, industrial, centralised government tied to commerce and finance. Hamilton's financial plan was ambitious. He proposed assuming state debts, establishing a national bank, and creating a system of taxes to stabilise the economy. Jefferson naturally distrusted it all. The resulting debates laid the foundation for America's first political parties, the Federalists and the Democratic Republicans. Meanwhile, the young nation faced challenges abroad. In 1789, the French Revolution erupted, and though many Americans initially sympathized with the French struggle for liberty, things soon turned rather violent. Washington wisely kept America neutral, declaring in 1793 that the United States would stay out of Europe's endless wars. It was a practical decision, though not a popular one with everyone. Domestically, there were still teething problems. In 1794, angry farmers in western Pennsylvania rebelled against a federal tax on whiskey. Apparently, Americans take their spirits quite seriously. Washington personally led troops to suppress the uprising, demonstrating that the new government actually had the power to enforce its laws. By 1796, after 2 terms in office, Washington decided to step down, setting another vital precedent. In his farewell address, he warned against political parties, foreign entanglements, and sectionalism, advice that would sadly be ignored repeatedly in the centuries to follow. The election that year brought John Adams to the presidency. a brilliant but occasionally prickly man from Massachusetts, Adams faced an increasingly tense world. Britain and France were once again at war, and both expected America to choose sides. Adams tried to remain neutral, but tensions with France escalated into what became known as the Quasi-War, an undeclared naval conflict fought mostly in the Caribbean. Domestically, Adams signed the Alien and Sedition Acts in 1798, which limited free speech and allowed the deportation of foreigners deemed dangerous. The acts were deeply unpopular and seen by many as an overreach of power. Thomas Jefferson, then Vice President, fiercely opposed them and secretly drafted the Kentucky and Virginia resolutions, which argued that states could ignore federal laws they deemed unconstitutional, an idea that would resurface disastrously decades later. By the time Adams left office in 1801, the young republic had survived its first true tests: internal rebellion, foreign pressure, and political division. It wasn't perfect, but it had endured. The peaceful transfer of power from Adams to Jefferson, two men who could hardly stand each other, marked the first such transition in American history. That, in itself, was revolutionary. As the century turned, America was still small, a population of about 5 million hugging the Atlantic coast, its capital newly established in Washington, D.C. It was a fragile experiment, uncertain but full of promise. The Founding Fathers, for all their disagreements and contradictions, had built something remarkably enduring. Somewhere in the new capital, perhaps as the winter fog rolled across the Potomac, an observer might have looked at the modest government buildings and thought, this is a beginning. A messy, complicated, hopeful beginning. And so, with the Constitution in place, a president in office, and a divided but functioning Congress, the United States stepped tentatively into the 19th century, still arguing, still dreaming, and still believing that its destiny was something grand. A fragile experiment indeed, but one that, against all odds, was holding together. By the mid-1770s, the relationship between Britain and its American colonies resembled that of a stern parent and a headstrong teenager. One demanding obedience, the other increasingly convinced of its own wisdom. For decades, the colonies had managed much of their own affairs while still under British rule. They had developed their economies, governed local matters, and, in some cases, grown quite fond of their independence without explicitly saying so. Britain, with its eye on imperial pride and the burdensome cost of war, was less amused by this growing self-confidence. The seeds of conflict were sown during and after the French and Indian War. Britain emerged victorious but heavily indebted. The logical solution for Parliament, at least in their minds, was to ask the colonies to contribute toward the cost of their protection. Thus began a series of taxes and trade restrictions. The Sugar Act, the Stamp Act, and eventually the infamous Tea Act. From London, these measures seemed reasonable. From Boston, they were outright tyranny. The colonists protested not merely the taxes themselves, but the principle behind them. No taxation without representation became a rallying cry, elegantly capturing the grievance of people expected to pay without having a voice in decision-making. From the British perspective, these complaints were seen as sulky rebellion. From the American perspective, they were a matter of justice. Tensions escalated quickly. In 1770, a confrontation between British soldiers and civilians in Boston left 5 colonists dead. The incident, known as the Boston Massacre, was quickly immortalised in engravings and pamphlets, framing the British as oppressors and the colonists as innocent victims. Propaganda, as it happens, is a rather effective form of motivation. 3 years later, in protest against the Tea Act, a group of colonists disguised themselves as Native Americans and dumped tea into Boston Harbour. It was dramatic, symbolic, and admittedly a waste of perfectly good tea. The British government responded with the coercive acts, which tightened their control, punished Massachusetts, and earned the collective nickname of the Intolerable Acts. At this point, reconciliation seemed less likely than a snowstorm in July. By April 1775, the simmering tensions boiled over. British troops marched to seize colonial munitions at Concord. Militia men met them at Lexington. Shots were fired, no one knows exactly who fired first, and history recorded the shot heard round the world. The American Revolution had begun. The colonists were vastly outmatched in terms of trained soldiers, artillery and resources, yet their determination and familiarity with the land gave them an unexpected advantage. Ordinary farmers, blacksmiths, and tradesmen became soldiers, guided by the idea that they were fighting for freedom, not merely rebellion. Not everyone in the colonies sought complete independence. Many still considered themselves loyal British subjects who wanted fairer treatment. Yet, once the conflict began, moderation became increasingly irrelevant. Thomas Paine's pamphlet, Common Sense, published in early 1776, crystallized the argument for independence. Written in clear, persuasive language, it declared that it was absurd for an island to govern a continent. The pamphlet spread like wildfire, converting fence-sitters and strengthening resolve. By mid-1776, independence was no longer a possibility, it was an inevitability. In July 1776, delegates from 13 colonies convened in Philadelphia. The city was hot, uncomfortable, and full of tense debate. Thomas Jefferson, a Virginian of considerable intellect and literary skill, drafted the Declaration of Independence. His words, "We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal," were audacious, aspirational, and slightly idealistic, given the era's reality. On July 4th, the document was adopted, committing the colonies to rebellion and risking the ire of the mightiest empire on earth. Signatories were aware that failure could mean death by hanging, yet they proceeded with courage, stubbornness, and perhaps a touch of recklessness. The Declaration, while a powerful statement, did not in itself make a nation. Britain responded with military force, confident that its well-trained army and formidable navy would restore order. The colonists, led by George Washington, faced a monumental challenge. Washington, though not always tactically brilliant, was patient, resolute, and composed under pressure. His continental army was poorly supplied, often unpaid and inexperienced, yet his leadership kept them together through adversity. The winter at Valley Forge was particularly brutal, with soldiers freezing, starving, and clothed in rags. But the experience forged discipline, cohesion, and determination. The war itself was an unpredictable mix of defeats and victories. The Americans scored occasional triumphs, such as the daring crossing of the Delaware River in December 1776, when Washington surprised Hessian forces in Trenton. These victories were as much psychological as strategic, bolstering morale and sustaining hope. Across the Atlantic, France watched with interest. Still smarting from previous conflicts with Britain, France saw the potential to weaken its rival and, after the American victory at Saratoga in 1777, formally allied with the United States, sending troops, ships, and funds. French involvement shifted the balance, proving that diplomacy can be as decisive as combat. By 1781, both sides were exhausted. The British Army, under General Cornwallis, found itself trapped at Yorktown, Virginia. Washington, aided by French land and naval forces, surrounded Cornwallis, forcing his surrender. It was a decisive moment, though somewhat anticlimactic. Victory had come at a staggering cost of lives, resources, and patience. The Treaty of Paris in 1783 officially ended the war, recognizing American independence. The colonies had survived against an empire, winning a remarkable and improbable triumph that reshaped the global order. With independence secured, the fledgling nation faced the daunting task of self-governance. The Articles of Confederation, the first attempt at a national framework, proved inadequate. Congress lacked power to tax, enforce laws, or manage trade effectively. States operated almost like independent countries, each jealously guarding its authority. Economic instability, debt, and unrest underscored the need for a more robust system. America had won freedom, but had yet to translate it into unity and order. In 1787, delegates reconvened in Philadelphia to draft a new constitution. The resulting document established a federal government with 3 branches, a system of checks and balances, and a delicate distribution of power between state and national authorities. The Constitution was a remarkable feat of compromise, although it left unresolved tensions, particularly regarding slavery, a contradiction that would haunt the nation for decades. Benjamin Franklin, when asked about the outcome, quipped, "A republic, if you can keep it," acknowledging both the promise and fragility of the system. George Washington became the first president in 1789, assuming office with humility and restraint. He set precedents that shaped the presidency, guiding the nation with steadiness rather than spectacle. Under his leadership, the new government began to function. Departments were established, and laws were enacted to manage both domestic and international affairs. Washington's influence provided the stability essential for a country still learning how to govern itself. Despite the ideals proclaimed in the Revolution, contradictions remained stark. Slavery persisted in the southern states, women were largely excluded from political life, and indigenous peoples faced continued displacement as settlers expanded westward. The young republic was, in practice, imperfect, but it had laid the foundation for self-rule, civic engagement, and the pursuit of liberty. The ideals of equality, representation, and freedom would continue to inspire citizens, even as the nation struggled to fully realize them. In retrospect, the American Revolution was an extraordinary achievement. Colonists, ordinary citizens by most measures, had challenged one of the world's greatest empires and prevailed. They had transformed abstract Enlightenment ideals into concrete institutions, proving that governance could be grounded in consent rather than inherited privilege. Yet the revolution was not a tidy story of triumph. It was messy, fraught with contradiction, and marked by both courage and compromise. It demanded sacrifice, endurance, and above all, the patience to see principles through to practical governance. By the end of the 1780s, the United States had emerged as a nation tested by war, strengthened by experience, and guided by an evolving vision of democracy. The revolution had accomplished far more than independence. It had set in motion the experiment of self-government, one that would continue to unfold over generations. Citizens could dream of opportunity, leaders could debate policy, and the Republic, though fragile, had survived its birth. A rare achievement in human history. As the young nation stood at the threshold of the 19th century, it did so with a mixture of confidence, caution, and curiosity. The revolution was over, but the task of nation building had only begun. The ideals of liberty, justice, and self-rule had been declared, but the work of living up to them would demand ongoing effort. The years that followed would test the United States in ways its founders could scarcely have imagined, yet the foundations had been laid. The close of the 18th century left the United States in a curious and precarious position. Independence had been secured, a constitution had been ratified, and George Washington, the unflappable general, had taken the helm as the nation's first president. Yet, for all the grand declarations of liberty, the country remained fragile, a patchwork of states bound together by law and circumstance rather than centuries of shared tradition. It was a time of both enormous possibility and subtle uncertainty. Like a young adult sent out into the world with a diploma and little practical experience, Washington's presidency, beginning in 1789, was an exercise in setting precedents. Every decision he made would echo into the future, establishing norms for a fledgling republic. He created a cabinet, appointing men such as Alexander Hamilton as Secretary of the Treasury and Thomas Jefferson as Secretary of State. Hamilton, with his sharp intellect and sharper ambitions, envisioned a robust federal government and a national bank, believing that financial stability was the key to national security. Jefferson, by contrast, championed an agrarian republic, warning against too much centralization and trusting instead in the virtue of independent farmers. Their debates were spirited, sometimes acrimonious, and always consequential. Proof that even the founders could not resist a good quarrel when principles were at stake. The young nation faced immediate challenges on multiple fronts. Economically, it was burdened by war debt and a lack of reliable revenue streams. Politically, tensions simmered between federal authority and states' rights. Internationally, the United States had to navigate a Europe still dominated by great powers, each eager to influence or exploit the nascent republic. Washington's careful diplomacy and measured policies were crucial in maintaining stability. He avoided entangling alliances, issuing a farewell address that warned against foreign entanglements and political factions. A piece of advice later dutifully ignored by nearly every president, but nonetheless wise at the time. Washington's retirement in 1797 was a moment of historical significance. He departed voluntarily, refusing to cling to power, a gesture almost unheard of in an era when leaders often ruled for life. John Adams, his successor, inherited the challenges of a growing nation and the subtleties of diplomacy. Adams' presidency was marked by tension with France, which led to the so-called quasi-war, an undeclared naval conflict. Domestically, Adams faced political opposition from Jeffersonian Republicans, highlighting the emergence of the United States' first partisan divide. The resulting acrimony, coupled with the passage of the Alien and Sedition Acts, made clear that democracy, even a young one, was rarely peaceful. Jefferson's return to the presidency in 1801 ushered in a new era of expansion and exploration. Unlike his predecessors, Jefferson was deeply committed to the idea of a republic built on liberty, education, and agrarian independence. Yet, he was also pragmatic, willing to bend rules when opportunity presented itself. The most striking example was the Louisiana Purchase of 1803. Napoleon, temporarily disinterested in his North American holdings, offered to sell the Louisiana Territory to the United States for $15 million. Jefferson hesitated, mindful of constitutional limits, yet recognized the immense potential of doubling the country's territory. In a bold move, he authorized the purchase, effectively doubling the nation overnight. To understand the new lands, Jefferson commissioned the famous Lewis and Clark expedition. Meriwether Lewis and William Clark, aided by a corps of men and the remarkable Sacagawea, traversed rivers, plains and mountains, mapping the territory and establishing diplomatic relations with indigenous nations. Their journey, fraught with peril and uncertainty, brought back invaluable knowledge about geography, flora, fauna, and the peoples of the West. Though they did not discover the fabled Northwest Passage, they did provide the United States with a tangible sense of its own vastness and potential. Jefferson's presidency was also defined by foreign tensions. Europe, embroiled in Napoleonic wars, disrupted American trade and frequently impressed sailors into service for foreign navies. Jefferson's response, the Embargo Act of 1807, prohibited American ships from trading with foreign ports. While intended as a peaceful measure, it backfired spectacularly. Merchants suffered, goods rotted, and smuggling became a national pastime. Jefferson, ever philosophical, could only watch as his policy collapsed, remarking to himself, or perhaps to a disapproving cat, that governing is often less about idealism and more about patience. James Madison succeeded Jefferson, inheriting both his policies and his challenges. Relations with Britain had deteriorated, particularly due to impressment and trade restrictions. In 1812, Congress declared war, beginning the conflict now known as the War of 1812. For a young nation with modest military resources, the decision was audacious. The war was a patchwork of defeats and unexpected triumphs. American forces struggled in invasions of Canada, but scored notable victories at sea. The British burned Washington in 1814, forcing the President and First Lady Dolly Madison to flee and famously saving a portrait of George Washington from the flames. Later that year, Francis Scott Key penned the Star-Spangled Banner, inspired by the bombardment of Fort McHenry, a testament to resilience amidst chaos. Ironically, the decisive Battle of New Orleans, where General Andrew Jackson's troops routed the British, occurred after the peace treaty had been signed. Timing, it seems, was a frequent and merciless trickster in early American affairs. Monroe's presidency, beginning in 1817, marked the so-called era of good feelings. National pride surged as the economy recovered and expansion continued. New states, Indiana, Mississippi, Illinois, and Alabama, joined the Union. The country's population grew, cities expanded, and infrastructure projects such as roads and canals, including the Erie Canal, linked regions and facilitated commerce. The western frontier, full of opportunity, became a symbol of national ambition. Yet its expansion carried profound consequences for indigenous peoples, who faced displacement and the loss of ancestral lands. The era also highlighted contradictions within the young republic. The Missouri Compromise of 1820 sought to balance free and slave states, admitting Missouri as a slave state and Maine as a free state. A line was drawn across the Louisiana Territory to limit the expansion of slavery, yet it merely postponed the inevitable conflicts that would later erupt into civil war. Internationally, the Monroe Doctrine of 1823 asserted that the Western Hemisphere was closed to further European colonisation. While diplomatically assertive, it relied on Britain's naval power for enforcement, a delicate dance of rhetoric and circumstance. Economically, the nation was transitioning. Agriculture remained dominant, but commerce and industry were beginning to take root. Steamboats, canals, and improved roads facilitated trade, connecting rural areas to urban centres. Cities such as New York and Philadelphia grew as commercial hubs, attracting immigrants and fostering a culture of innovation. Socially, education and literacy improved, contributing to a more informed citizenry, though women and enslaved people largely remained excluded from political power. Politically, the period saw the rise of popular participation in government. The common man began to influence elections and policy, foreshadowing the democratic expansions that would characterize later decades. Newspapers flourished, political debate intensified, and partisanship became an accepted, if often unpleasant, feature of civic life. The ideals of the revolution, liberty, representation, and self-determination, were now being tested within the institutions of governance, revealing both their promise and their limits. By 1825, the United States had transformed remarkably. It had doubled in size, survived international conflicts, and begun to define its identity. Yet, it remained a nation of contrasts: liberty and slavery, prosperity and poverty, expansion and displacement. Its citizens were optimistic yet cautious, proud yet aware of the fragility of their institutions. Leaders like Jefferson, Madison, and Monroe had laid the foundations of governance and diplomacy, setting precedents that would guide successors through turbulence and triumph alike. The period also revealed the importance of vision, adaptability, and perseverance, whether through the Louisiana Purchase, the Lewis and Clark expedition, or the management of foreign affairs. The United States demonstrated that ambition tempered with pragmatism could yield extraordinary results. The young republic had survived internal divisions, external threats, and the complexities of self-rule, emerging stronger and more cohesive as it approached the next chapter of its history. In retrospect, the decades from 1789 to 1825 were formative, laying the groundwork for expansion, identity, and nationhood. The revolution had ended, but its principles continued to evolve, challenged and reaffirmed by the realities of governance, diplomacy, and economic development. The United States was no longer a collection of rebellious colonies. It was a nation finding its voice, defining its place in the world, and preparing for the challenges that lay ahead. By the mid-1820s, the United States had grown considerably since the era of good feelings. Yet beneath the optimism of expansion, tensions were steadily accumulating. The country had doubled in population since 1800. The economy was diversifying, and its borders now stretched toward the Mississippi and beyond. But political, economic, and social divisions threatened the fragile cohesion of a nation still learning the art of self-governance. John Quincy Adams assumed the presidency in 1825 under circumstances both unusual and, in Jackson's supporters' view, scandalous. The election had failed to produce a majority in the Electoral College, leaving the House of Representatives to decide. Adams' victory, coupled with his appointment of Henry Clay as Secretary of State, was promptly labelled the corrupt bargain by Andrew Jackson's outraged followers. Adams' vision of an interconnected modern nation, through roads, canals, and educational institutions, met resistance from Congress, which preferred less federal intervention and more local autonomy. one imagines Adams quietly sighing, perhaps pondering if visionary leadership always necessitated a degree of exasperation. Meanwhile, Andrew Jackson built a political coalition centred on the common man. His self-made image, military victories, and populist rhetoric made him immensely popular. By the time he assumed the presidency in 1829, Jacksonian democracy had become a force reshaping American politics. He expanded suffrage to most white men, asserting that government should reflect the people's will. Jackson's tenure was characterized by decisive action, often controversial. The spoils system rewarded political loyalty, but also provoked criticism. His veto of the Second Bank of the United States in 1832, an institution he saw as favouring elites, demonstrated his willingness to challenge entrenched power. Jackson's leadership style, combative yet popular, reshaped the executive branch and cemented the influence of public opinion on policy. The 1830s also revealed deepening sectional tensions, particularly over tariffs and states' rights. The nullification crisis of 1832 showcased the delicate balance between federal authority and state sovereignty. South Carolina, protesting federal tariffs perceived as unfairly benefiting northern industry, declared them null and void. Jackson responded forcefully, asserting federal supremacy while negotiating a compromise tariff that temporarily diffused the crisis. This episode highlighted the limits of compromise and the fragility of unity in a nation rapidly expanding in population, geography, and political complexity. Expansion, underpinned by the ideology of manifest destiny, was both exhilarating and fraught with consequences. Americans migrated westward in search of land, opportunity, and a new life. Families traversed the Oregon Trail, the Santa Fe Trail, and other routes, enduring harsh conditions, disease, and occasional conflict with Native American tribes. Settlers' optimism contrasted sharply with the suffering inflicted on indigenous peoples, forcibly removed from ancestral lands through policies such as the Indian Removal Act of 1830. The infamous Trail of Tears saw thousands of Cherokee, Choctaw, and other tribes displaced, many perishing along the way. Progress, it appeared, often had a human cost. Territorial growth intensified debates over slavery. The annexation of Texas and the war with Mexico resulted in vast new territories, culminating in the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo of 1848. Americans immediately questioned whether slavery should be permitted in these lands. Previous compromises, such as the Missouri Compromise of 1820, had temporarily balanced free and slave states, but new acquisitions reopened old disputes. Political leaders engaged in delicate negotiations, aware that sectional tensions threatened the Union. The question of slavery, interwoven with moral, economic, and political considerations, loomed over every decision, revealing the nation's fragility even amidst expansion and prosperity. Economic transformations added another layer of complexity. The North's industrial economy accelerated, with textile mills, factories, and urban centres attracting immigrant labour. Cities like New York, Boston, and Philadelphia became hubs of commerce, innovation, and social change. The South, by contrast, remained predominantly agrarian, dependent on enslaved labour for its economic output. These divergent economies not only shaped regional identities, but also intensified political disagreements, particularly over tariffs, infrastructure investment, and the future of expansion. The nation was no longer homogeneous. Its prosperity carried both opportunity and tension. Social reform movements flourished during this era, especially in the North. Advocates for public education, temperance, women's rights, and abolition challenged Americans to reconcile their ideals with reality. Horace Mann championed universal education, insisting that an informed citizenry was essential for a functioning democracy. Abolitionists such as William Lloyd Garrison, Frederick Douglass, and Sojourner Truth highlighted the moral contradictions of a society that celebrated freedom while permitting slavery. These reformers inspired many, but also provoked vehement opposition, particularly in the South, emphasizing that social progress was neither linear nor uncontested. Internationally, the United States maintained relative peace, though diplomacy and trade required careful attention. The Monroe Doctrine remained a cornerstone of policy, asserting that European powers should refrain from interfering in the Western Hemisphere. Domestically, transportation improvements, including canals, railroads and turnpikes, enabled commerce and communication, knitting the expanding nation together. These developments fostered economic integration while also accelerating westward settlement, further complicating political and social dynamics. By the 1850s, the nation had matured in many respects. Its population had grown, infrastructure had improved, and the economy was increasingly diverse. Yet political compromise remained essential to prevent sectional conflict from erupting. Measures such as the Compromise of 1850 sought to balance the interests of free and slave states, admitting California as a free state while strengthening the Fugitive Slave Act. The Kansas-Nebraska Act of 1854, allowing settlers to determine the legality of slavery themselves, led to violent clashes known as Bleeding Kansas, revealing the deepening moral and political divisions. Each legislative solution was a temporary salve, postponing rather than resolving the fundamental conflicts over slavery and power. Culturally, the nation experienced a flourishing of intellectual and religious life. Transcendentalists like Ralph Waldo Emerson and Henry David Thoreau explored individual conscience, self-reliance, and moral responsibility, encouraging Americans to think critically about society. Simultaneously, the Second Great Awakening inspired social activism, fueling reform movements that would challenge entrenched inequalities. Literature, religion, and public discourse reflected a society grappling with its identity, morality, and future direction. Despite these achievements, contradictions persisted. The nation celebrated liberty and opportunity while tolerating slavery and excluding women from political participation. Expansion brought prosperity to some, but displacement and suffering to others, particularly indigenous peoples. Industrial growth benefited urban centres, yet heightened social inequality. The period from 1825 to 1860 was defined by the tension between opportunity and restriction, aspiration and moral reality, a delicate balancing act that tested the resilience of the young republic. By the end of the 1850s, the United States had expanded territorially, industrially, and demographically. Yet the fissures created by economic, political, and social differences were widening. Sectional divisions over slavery, political representation, and economic priorities had become acute. Temporary compromises had maintained peace, but the nation teetered on the brink of crisis. The coming years would demand extraordinary leadership, moral courage, and the capacity to reconcile competing visions for the country's future. Reflecting on this era, one sees a nation simultaneously confident and apprehensive. Expansion, reform, and industrialization demonstrated America's capacity for growth and innovation. Yet political and moral disputes revealed the challenges inherent in translating ideals into practice. Leaders, reformers, and citizens navigated a complex landscape, balancing ambition with caution, unity with division, and progress with moral responsibility. The story of conflict and compromise is thus one of achievement, tension, and human fallibility. In conclusion, the decades from 1825 to 1860 illustrate the interplay of expansion, political negotiation, economic transformation, and social reform in shaping the United States. The nation matured in population, infrastructure, and culture, yet sectional tensions foreshadowed the crises to come. Leaders, citizens, and reformers engaged in a delicate balancing act, striving to preserve unity while pursuing ambition. Expansion, innovation, and cultural development coexisted with tension, moral conflict, and unresolved contradictions. The era of conflict and compromise laid the groundwork for the struggles and transformations that would soon engulf the nation, underscoring both the promise and fragility of the American experiment. By 1860, the United States had grown vast in both territory and population, yet the divisions that had been simmering for decades had reached a boiling point. The nation, expanding economically and industrially, stood on the precipice of civil war. The conflict that would soon engulf the country was not simply about land or politics. It was about identity, morality, and the very nature of the republic itself. Americans were, to borrow a phrase, about to test the limits of compromise in ways that would leave no corner of the nation untouched. The election of Abraham Lincoln in 1860 was the spark that ignited this tinderbox. Lincoln, representing the relatively new Republican Party, opposed the expansion of slavery into the Western territories. Southern states, interpreting his victory as a direct threat to their economic and social system, began seceding from the Union. South Carolina led the way, followed by Mississippi, Florida, Alabama, Georgia, Louisiana, and Texas. By February 1861, 7 states had formed the Confederate States of America, electing Jefferson Davis as their president. The atmosphere was tense, punctuated by the sense that the nation's future hung precariously on the edge of a knife. The first shots at Fort Sumter in April 1861 marked the beginning of the Civil War. The conflict quickly escalated into a large-scale struggle, pitting the industrialized North against the agrarian, slave-holding South. The war was fought on multiple fronts, physically on battlefields from Virginia to Tennessee, and morally in homes, cities, and churches across the country. Leaders like Ulysses S. Grant and Robert E. Lee emerged, demonstrating strategic brilliance, personal courage, and, in some cases, a stubborn adherence to principle that could be both admirable and frustrating. The Union's numerical advantage and industrial capacity would prove decisive, but the human cost was staggering, as families and communities endured unprecedented suffering and loss. The economic dimensions of the war were equally profound. The North leveraged its industrial infrastructure to supply armies, manufacture weapons, and transport troops efficiently. Railroads, telegraphs, and factories became vital instruments of war, reflecting a level of national coordination previously unseen. The South, heavily reliant on agriculture and enslaved labour, struggled to sustain its war effort. Blockades limited access to international markets, and shortages of essential goods created both logistical and social crises. In a sense, the war was a clash not just of armies, but of economic systems and regional priorities, with each side's material capacity influencing strategy and outcome. The war also transformed social life. Women on both sides assumed roles traditionally reserved for men, managing farms, businesses, and households under immense pressure. They became nurses, spies, and organisers, their contributions often overshadowed in historical accounts, yet essential to the war effort. African Americans, particularly those enslaved in the South, sought freedom through escape, resistance, and enlistment in Union forces. The Emancipation Proclamation of 1863, while limited in scope, redefined the moral purpose of the war, aligning the Union's military objectives with the abolitionist cause. By framing the conflict as one of liberty and human dignity, Lincoln transformed both policy and public perception, signalling that the stakes were nothing less than the nation's soul. Battles such as Gettysburg, Antietam, and Vicksburg tested the limits of endurance, leadership, and strategy. Gettysburg, in particular, represented a turning point, a bloody, chaotic confrontation that ultimately halted the Confederate advance into Northern territory. Antietam, the bloodiest single day in American military history, provided Lincoln with the opportunity to issue the preliminary Emancipation Proclamation, further intertwining military objectives with moral imperatives. Vicksburg's capture secured Union control over the Mississippi River, effectively splitting the Confederacy and highlighting the strategic importance of geography and infrastructure. Each battle, while meticulously studied by historians, also carried a human narrative of courage, despair, and resilience that shaped the collective memory of the nation. As the war progressed, political tensions within the Union became apparent. Lincoln faced criticism not only from Democrats who questioned his policies, but also from radical Republicans who demanded a more aggressive approach to ending slavery and restructuring Southern society. Balancing these competing pressures required delicate judgment, political savvy, and occasionally a willingness to accept compromises that satisfied neither side entirely. Yet, through perseverance, strategic patience, and a clear vision of the Union's ultimate objective, Lincoln maintained coherence in leadership, preserving both morale and focus amid the chaos. By 1865, the war had drawn to a close. Lee surrendered at Appomattox Courthouse, effectively ending major Confederate resistance. The nation was victorious, yet the cost was enormous. An estimated 620,000 to 750,000 lives lost, countless wounded, and entire communities devastated. Cities, farms, and infrastructure across the South lay in ruins. The social fabric had been torn, leaving a legacy of trauma that would take decades to heal. Victory brought the challenge of reunification, reconstruction, and the creation of a society that could integrate newly freed African Americans into the political, economic, and cultural life of the nation. Reconstruction, beginning in 1865, aimed to address these challenges. The federal government sought to rebuild the South, extend civil rights to formerly enslaved people, and redefine political participation. The 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments abolished slavery, established equal protection under the law, and protected voting rights for African American men. Yet, implementation was uneven, and resistance from white Southern populations proved formidable. The rise of groups such as the Ku Klux Klan illustrated the persistent dangers of racial animus, violence, and the limitations of legislation in shaping cultural and social attitudes. Reconstruction, ambitious in intent, revealed both the promise and the peril of attempting to remake a society in the aftermath of profound conflict. Economic reconstruction was equally challenging. The southern economy, decimated by war, required rebuilding from the ground up. Plantations had been destroyed, the labour system uprooted, and trade networks disrupted. Northern industrialists and entrepreneurs capitalised on new opportunities, further accelerating the economic divergence between regions. Railroads were expanded, manufacturing increased, and cities grew, particularly in the north and west. Yet prosperity remained uneven, with poverty, displacement, and social instability lingering in areas affected by conflict. The economic landscape, like the political and social one, was being remade under conditions of both hope and hardship. Cultural and intellectual life reflected the tumult of the era. Literature, journalism, and public discourse grappled with the war's legacy, the meaning of freedom, and the challenges of reunification. Figures such as Frederick Douglass, Harriet Beecher Stowe, and Walt Whitman provided insight, advocacy, and reflection, challenging Americans to confront the moral and human dimensions of the conflict. Education, religious institutions, and civic organizations became arenas for rebuilding, moral engagement, and debate over the nation's future direction. Amid the difficulties, a sense of shared national purpose, however fragile, persisted, illustrating the resilience of civic identity, even in the aftermath of profound division. By 1877, the United States had emerged from the era of war and reconstruction transformed, but still imperfect. The Compromise of 1877 effectively ended federal intervention. As the war progressed, political tensions within the Union became apparent. Lincoln faced criticism not only from Democrats who questioned his policies, but also from radical Republicans who demanded a more aggressive approach to ending slavery and restructuring Southern society. Balancing these competing pressures required delicate judgment, political savvy, and occasionally a willingness to accept compromises that satisfied neither side entirely. Yet, through perseverance, strategic patience, and a clear vision of the Union's ultimate objective, Lincoln maintained coherence in leadership, preserving both morale and focus amid the chaos. By 1865, the war had drawn to a close. Lee surrendered at Appomattox Courthouse, effectively ending major Confederate resistance. The nation was victorious, yet the cost was enormous. An estimated 620,000 to 750,000 lives lost, countless wounded, and entire communities devastated. Cities, farms, and infrastructure across the South lay in ruins. The social fabric had been torn, leaving a legacy of trauma that would take decades to heal. Victory brought the challenge of reunification, reconstruction. By 1877, the United States had emerged from the tumultuous years of the Civil War and Reconstruction, weary but undeterred, ready to embark upon a period of extraordinary growth and transformation. The nation was expanding rapidly, not merely in population and territory, but in economic power, technological innovation, and social complexity. Yet beneath the glittering surface of progress lay tensions, contradictions, and challenges that would test the resilience of the Republic and the patience of its citizens. The period known as the Gilded Age, a term coined by Mark Twain with his characteristic wry humour, captures both the grandeur and the underlying moral ambiguity of the era. Industrialization accelerated at an unprecedented pace. Railroads crisscrossed the continent, connecting the Atlantic seaboard to the burgeoning cities of the West. Steel mills in Pittsburgh, oil refineries in Pennsylvania, and textile factories in New England transformed the economy, creating wealth on a scale previously unimaginable. Entrepreneurs such as Andrew Carnegie and John D. Rockefeller became household names, celebrated for their ingenuity, ambition, and in some circles, their ruthlessness. Yet the dazzling accumulation of wealth stood alongside poverty, unsafe working conditions, and social inequality, a contrast as striking as it was troubling. Urbanization surged as Americans flocked to cities in search of employment and opportunity. By 1900, more than 1/3 of the population resided in urban areas, with cities like New York, Chicago, and Philadelphia growing at an extraordinary rate. Immigrants from Europe, and increasingly from Southern and Eastern Europe, arrived in search of a better life. They brought with them skills, culture, and ambition, but also faced crowded tenements, low wages, and discrimination. Ethnic enclaves such as Little Italy and the Jewish Quarter in New York City became both refuges and incubators of cultural identity, illustrating the duality of opportunity and adversity inherent in urban life. Labour unrest became a defining feature of the era. Workers, often toiling 12-hour days in hazardous conditions for meagre pay, began organising to demand fair treatment, reasonable hours, and safer workplaces. Strikes and protests, such as the Great Railroad Strike of 1877, the Haymarket Affair of 1886, and the Homestead Strike of 1892, highlighted the tensions between industrialists and labourers. These conflicts, occasionally erupting into violence, underscored the growing pains of an industrialising nation. Governments and courts frequently sided with business interests, but the voices of labourers persisted, gradually laying the groundwork for reforms in labour rights and social welfare. Technological innovation fueled both industry and everyday life. Electric lighting, telegraphs, and the telephone transformed communication. Mechanised farming equipment increased agricultural productivity, and new inventions, such as the typewriter and safety elevator, changed work and domestic life. The pace of innovation seemed relentless, and Americans embraced these changes with a mixture of excitement and trepidation. The era's inventors and industrialists became symbols of progress, yet their achievements often magnified the social and economic divides that underpin the Gilded Age. Politically, the period was characterized by intense partisanship and patronage. The spoils system persisted, rewarding political loyalty with government positions, while corruption and influence peddling were widespread. Presidents such as Rutherford B. Hayes, James Garfield, Chester A. Arthur, and Grover Cleveland navigated these turbulent waters with varying degrees of effectiveness. Reform movements sought to curb corruption, exemplified by the Pendleton Civil Service Act of 1883, which introduced merit-based appointments and reduced the influence of patronage. The tension between progress and entrenched privilege, between reformers and traditionalists, defined much of the political landscape. Social reform movements expanded beyond labour rights to address education, temperance, women's suffrage, and the welfare of the poor. Figures such as Jane Addams, founder of Hull House in Chicago, worked tirelessly to provide education, healthcare, and social services to immigrant and working-class communities. The temperance movement gained momentum, advocating for moderation or outright prohibition of alcohol, linking moral reform with social stability. Women's suffrage activists, including Susan B. Anthony and Elizabeth Cady Stanton, challenged societal norms, campaigning for the right to vote and participate fully in civic life. These movements reflected a growing awareness of inequality, justice and the moral responsibilities of citizenship. The West remained a frontier of both opportunity and conflict. Railroads enabled settlement, commerce, and migration, yet indigenous peoples continued to face displacement and violence. The Battle of Little Bighorn in 1876, in which General Custer's forces were decisively defeated by a coalition of Lakota, Cheyenne, and Arapaho warriors, became a symbol of native resistance and the tragic consequences of US expansion. By the 1890s, most Native Americans were confined to reservations. Their traditional ways of life disrupted by federal policies, forced assimilation, and economic marginalization. The frontier, while romanticized in popular culture, was a landscape of profound struggle and profound loss. Agriculture evolved alongside industry. Mechanization, new crops, and innovations in irrigation transformed farming, particularly in the Midwest. Farmers increasingly participated in national markets, but they faced fluctuating prices, debt, and exploitation by railroads and financiers. The populist movement emerged in response, advocating for currency reform, government regulation of railroads, and greater political representation for rural communities. Populists sought to balance the power of urban industrial elites with the needs of farmers, highlighting the ongoing negotiation between different sectors of the economy and society. Culturally, the era witnessed a flowering of literature, art, and intellectual life. Writers such as Mark Twain, Henry James, and Emily Dickinson explored themes of identity, morality, and modernity, often with wit, irony, and subtle social critique. Journalism expanded, with newspapers and magazines reaching broad audiences and shaping public opinion. The growth of higher education, museums, and cultural institutions reflected an increasing emphasis on knowledge, civic engagement, and national identity. Americans were negotiating the balance between tradition and modernity, morality and ambition, innovation and social responsibility. By 1900, the United States had become a nation of immense contrasts. Cities bustled with opportunity and congestion, wealth and poverty. Factories hummed with industry and labour strife. Reformers advocated for justice amid entrenched inequality. Immigrants sought new lives while confronting discrimination. Industrial growth and technological innovation transformed the economy and society, yet these changes also heightened tensions and revealed the uneven distribution of progress. The country's expansion and modernization were impressive, but they came with challenges that would continue to shape social, political, and economic life well into the 20th century. Reflecting on this era, one observes a nation simultaneously dynamic and divided, inventive and uneven. Industrialization, urbanization, and technological innovation brought remarkable progress, yet they also exposed social fractures and economic inequalities. Political, social, and labour movements emerged to challenge injustice and advocate for reform, reflecting a citizenry increasingly aware of both its rights and responsibilities. The Gilded Age, with its dazzling achievements and deep contradictions, illustrates the complexities of the national growth and the enduring tensions between wealth, power, and social justice. In conclusion, the years from 1877 to 1900 were transformative for the United States. Industrial expansion, urbanization, social reform, and technological innovation reshaped the economy, society, and culture. At the same time, persistent inequality, labour unrest, political corruption, and the struggles of marginalised communities highlighted the challenges inherent in rapid growth. The era laid the foundation for the 20th century, establishing patterns of industrial organisation, social advocacy, and cultural development that would continue to influence the nation. It was a period of remarkable achievement, profound challenge, and enduring lessons. A nation at once expanding and reflecting, striving to reconcile ambition with justice and progress with equity. By the turn of the 20th century, the United States had matured into a nation of remarkable energy, ambition, and contradiction. Its industrial, economic, and territorial expansion in the previous decades had transformed its cities, factories, and farmlands. Yet these advances were accompanied by social tensions, political debates, and moral questions that demanded attention. The country was entering a new era, one in which technological innovation, progressive reform, and international engagement would define its character and test its ideals. Urbanization continued unabated. Cities swelled with immigrants, workers, and entrepreneurs. New York, Chicago, and Philadelphia became epicenters of commerce, culture, and social diversity. Tenements, factories, and bustling streets defined daily life for millions, while the disparities between wealth and poverty became increasingly visible. Skyscrapers were beginning to punctuate city skylines, an architectural testament to ambition, ingenuity, and the peculiar American appetite for conspicuous verticality. Public transportation, electric lighting, and telephones reshaped urban experience, connecting neighborhoods, industries, and citizens in ways that had been unimaginable a generation prior. The industrial economy remained the engine of national growth. Steel, oil, textiles, and railroads dominated production, while technological innovations accelerated productivity. Electricity began to illuminate factories, homes, and streets. Automobiles, though still a novelty, hinted at the transportation revolution to come. Industrial magnates, Carnegie, Rockefeller, Morgan, accumulated extraordinary wealth, often provoking both admiration and indignation. Their fortunes highlighted the era's paradoxes: dazzling prosperity alongside extreme inequality, innovation alongside exploitation, and ambition alongside moral scrutiny. The nation was, in essence, a laboratory of progress, experimentation, and human contradiction. Amid these transformations, the progressive era emerged, a response to the excesses of industrialization, urbanization, and political corruption. Reformers sought to improve living and working conditions, regulate corporations, and expand democratic participation. Figures such as Theodore Roosevelt, Jane Addams, and W.E.B. Du Bois embodied the diverse energies of the movement. Roosevelt, with his exuberant personality and reformist zeal, championed antitrust policies, conservation, and government accountability, while Addams worked tirelessly to uplift the urban poor, advocating education, healthcare, and social services. Du Bois and other African American leaders pressed for civil rights and educational opportunities, challenging the entrenched racial hierarchies that persisted despite the legal end of slavery decades earlier. Labor unrest remained a central theme of American life. Strikes, unionization efforts, and protests highlighted the ongoing tensions between workers and industrial elites. The 1902 coal strike in Pennsylvania, for example, brought national attention to labor disputes as Roosevelt intervened to negotiate a resolution, a rare instance of federal mediation favouring neither side entirely, yet seeking a measure of fairness. The rise of labour unions, alongside political advocacy for workplace protections, reflected the growing awareness of social responsibility in an industrial society increasingly dominated by corporate interests. Technological innovation continued to shape both economy and culture. The widespread adoption of electricity, telegraphs, telephones, and mechanized equipment transformed production and daily life. The automobile, pioneered by inventors such as Henry Ford, promised a mobility revolution that would soon reshape transportation, urban planning, and leisure. Aviation, still in its infancy with the Wright brothers' first powered flight in 1903, suggested the possibility of shrinking distances and redefining human experience. The period was one of rapid experimentation and transformation, as Americans embraced the possibilities of modernity while grappling with its social and ethical implications. The United States also began to assert itself internationally. The Spanish-American War of 1898 had already signalled the nation's entry onto the world stage, resulting in the acquisition of territories such as Puerto Rico, Guam, and the Philippines. By the 1910s, international engagement became increasingly complex. The outbreak of World War I in Europe presented a moral and strategic dilemma. Initially maintaining neutrality, the United States monitored the conflict with careful attention, balancing economic interests, public opinion, and ideological considerations. Unrestricted submarine warfare by Germany and the sinking of the Lusitania in 1915 strained American patience, while the Zimmermann telegram in 1917 convinced the nation that entry into the war was necessary to defend both principles and national security. America's participation in World War I, beginning in 1917, transformed the nation politically, economically, and socially. The military mobilization was unprecedented, with millions of men and women serving in various capacities. Women assumed new roles in industry, agriculture, and government, demonstrating their capabilities and strengthening the case for suffrage. African American soldiers served abroad, seeking recognition and equality, though they often returned to persistent discrimination at home. The war effort stimulated industrial production, technological innovation, and national unity, while simultaneously raising questions about civil liberties, patriotism, and the limits of dissent, exemplified by legislation such as the Espionage Act of 1917. The home front experienced profound social and economic change. Wartime production created jobs, accelerated industrial efficiency, and facilitated migration, particularly among African Americans moving from the rural South to northern industrial cities in the Great Migration. Women's labour expanded, contributing to both the war effort and the broader struggle for gender equality. The period also witnessed the rise of propaganda, censorship, and nationalistic fervour, reflecting the government's efforts to mobilise public opinion while controlling dissent. Daily life, though often constrained by rationing and regulation, was imbued with a sense of purpose and urgency, as ordinary citizens participated in a conflict that transcended local concerns and reshaped global dynamics. Culturally, the early 20th century was marked by both continuity and innovation. Literature, music, and the visual arts reflected rapid change, social tension, and experimentation. Writers such as Edith Wharton, Theodore Dreiser, and Willa Cather explored themes of modernity, social class, and human ambition, often with keen observation and subtle irony. Jazz and ragtime began to emerge as distinctly American art forms, blending African, European, and vernacular traditions in ways that would profoundly influence culture in the decades to come. Education expanded, museums and libraries grew, and intellectual life thrived, signalling a society increasingly concerned with both self-understanding and cultural refinement. Progressive reforms addressed not only labour and industry, but also public health, education, and governance. Municipal reforms sought to reduce corruption and improve efficiency. Public health initiatives combated disease and improved sanitation. And education reforms extended opportunities to broader segments of the population. These efforts, though imperfect and unevenly applied, reflected an increasingly sophisticated awareness that government, society, and citizens were mutually responsible for collective well-being. The era demonstrated the potential for democratic institutions to adapt to modern challenges, while also revealing persistent limitations and social inequities. By 1920, the United States had entered a period of remarkable transformation, shaped by industrialization, urbanization, technological innovation, social reform, and global engagement. The economy was dynamic and complex, with industry, commerce, and agriculture increasingly interconnected. Society was more diverse, mobile, and socially engaged than ever before, while cultural expression flourished across multiple media. At the same time, tensions persisted. Inequality remained. Racial discrimination continued. Labour unrest occasionally erupted. And the moral implications of rapid modernisation demanded attention. The nation's achievements, challenges, and contradictions were all part of a continuing story of adaptation, ambition, and moral negotiation. In conclusion, the years from 1900 to 1920 represent a crucial bridge between the 19th and 20th centuries in American history. Industrial expansion, technological innovation, social reform, and international engagement transformed the nation's economy, society, and culture. Americans navigated urbanization, labor challenges, and political reform while confronting questions of justice, equality, and responsibility. The nation's participation in World War I marked both a culmination of domestic development and an entry onto the world stage. In these years, the United States emerged as a dynamic, modern society, shaped by both triumph and tension, ambition and reflection. A nation stepping confidently, if cautiously, into the modern era. You were told it would be hard, yes, but hard in the way a long hike is hard. A little discomfort, some bad food, a few cold nights. What no one told you was that it would break you, slowly, thoroughly, and with the dull persistence of seawater grinding down a stone. Because the Atlantic crossing isn't an adventure, it's an ordeal. And by the end of it, you'll be unrecognisable if you're even still alive. Your first mistake was stepping aboard the ship. From the outside, it looked majestic. Tall sails, a carved figurehead, the faint flutter of a flag promising new beginnings. But inside, it's a different story. Below deck, where you and most of the other poor souls are packed in, the air is thick with sweat, rot, and a tension you can feel in your teeth. The ceiling is too low to stand. The floor is sticky with old spills, and the wooden walls groan like they're already regretting the voyage. You're assigned a space that's roughly the size of a grave. You sleep there, wedged between strangers, your possessions tucked beneath your aching back. There's no pillow, no mattress. Just straw that smells like mould and something worse. Above you, the ship creaks with every wave, the boards swelling and shrinking, always on the verge of splitting apart. Around you, people shift in their sleep, cough, cry, mumble prayers. The first night, someone vomits. The second night, someone dies. You don't sleep. Not really. The air below deck is so foul that even rats have started making excuses to visit the upper levels. And there are plenty of rats. Bold, confident ones. They don't scurry, they stroll. One of them stares at you while you eat your biscuit, a rock-hard slab of flour, salt and boredom. And you're not sure who's in charge anymore. Every day begins with a shouted command and a few hours of pointless waiting. You climb to the deck, when permitted, blinking against the light like a mole dragged out of its burrow. The sun is blinding, the wind is sharp, but at least it smells less like feet. You breathe deep, trying to remember what fresh air feels like. Then someone sneezes in your direction, and the moment is over. Meals are not meals. They are events of survival. Salted pork so tough it could be used as ship armour. Dried peas that roll off your spoon like they're trying to escape. Ship's biscuit that might crack your tooth before it cracks in your mouth. If you're lucky, you can dunk it in water or beer to soften it. If you're unlucky, there's a bug in the beer. You drink it anyway. Everyone does. Drinking water is another insult. Stored in wooden barrels, it quickly becomes greenish and sour. Some try to flavour it with vinegar or citrus if they brought any. Most didn't. A few brave souls drink from rainwater caught in buckets, praying that it's cleaner than what's in the cask. Spoiler, it's not. And then the storms come. The ship tosses like a toy, pitching and rolling so violently that your stomach decides it's safer to evacuate. You cling to ropes, to walls, to people, anything that isn't moving too much. You vomit. So does everyone else. The deck is a slick of rain, bile, and panic. Below, the sick groan and the healthy wish they were sick enough to lie down. A barrel breaks loose and smashes someone's leg. There's no doctor. There's only a man with a saw and a bottle of rum. Some get better. Some get worse. Fever spreads like gossip. One by one, people develop rashes, chills, coughing fits that never end. The surgeon, really just the cook with fewer fingers, recommends bleeding, mustard plasters, or thinking positive. He pulls teeth with pliers, lances abscesses with knives, and occasionally performs a prayer while doing it. Whether the prayer is for healing or forgiveness is unclear. The dead are buried at sea, wrapped in cloth, tied to a stone, slid over the edge. There's a ceremony, but it's short. Always short. No one wants to linger on death when they're still bargaining with life. You watch as a friend you barely knew disappears into the water with a soft splash, and the next morning someone else takes their spot. The straw doesn't even have time to forget. Days blend. The sea is endless. A constant expanse of grey-blue nothingness that shifts only slightly from morning to night. You lose count. You lose interest. Conversations grow shorter. Humour dies. Your skin turns pale, then burns. Your lips crack. Your joints ache. You've developed a limp. You're not sure how or when. It's just there now. Part of the new you. At night, the dreams are worse than the days. You dream of falling, of drowning, of arriving only to be turned back. You dream of food, but it's always just out of reach. You dream of your family, but they're strangers now. Your own reflection startles you. Gaunt cheeks, hollow eyes, a beard you don't remember growing. You're shrinking inward, vanishing. You don't know what time it is anymore. The sun rises and falls, but it might as well be some distant theatre production performed for other people. Time on board is measured in hunger and headaches, in coughs that linger too long, and in how many rats you've named before they mysteriously disappear. The ship becomes a kind of hellish town, complete with social politics. There's the snorer, the weeper, the woman who tells stories from her village every night until someone finally asks her to stop. And of course there's you, the one who just keeps staring at the wall. On calmer days, the captain makes you swab the deck. Why? Who knows? Possibly just to remind you that you're alive. You mop with a ragged cloth that used to be someone's shirt, pushing fish guts and old blood toward the edge of the ship, while a sailor shouts at you to put your back into it. You have. Your back is all you've got left. Your soul already jumped overboard. There's little to do but imagine what's waiting for you. You've heard stories. Some say there's gold in the rivers, others that the trees grow food. More grounded folk speak of open land and religious freedom. But none of that matters if you don't survive the next biscuit. Your jaw clicks when you chew. Your gums bleed. You've stopped noticing. Children on board don't cry anymore. They sit in corners with wide, distant eyes, occasionally licking the condensation off barrels. They're learning early. Hope is a thing best left on shore. And yet, somewhere between day 30 and day who even knows, your body adapts. Your stomach stops rejecting the motion. Your brain accepts the horror as normal. You stop fighting the smell. One evening, you're allowed on deck as the sun sets. It's beautiful. A riot of oranges and purples over the endless sea. For a moment, you remember why you came. Then someone nearby coughs up blood and the spell is broken. You go back below. The night before landfall, you hear a song. Someone singing an old folk tune, soft and cracked. Others join in. It's not joyful exactly. More like a ritual. A lullaby for the part of yourselves that's about to die so another part can begin. The part that will try to farm a swamp with one shovel and half a recipe for bread. And when you finally do reach shore, and the boat grinds onto the rocky beach, you feel nothing but exhaustion. The land is wet, cold, utterly silent. You kneel, not to pray, but because your knees give out. You're not the hero of this story. You're just the survivor of the prologue. You glance back at the ship. It's already turning, already leaving. No rescue. No returns. You're here now. And you wouldn't last a day. You've arrived. You're standing on the edge of the new world, boots squelching in unfamiliar mud, wind gnawing at your cheeks, and a quiet, creeping dread settling into your chest. It should feel like a triumph. Instead, it feels like a mistake that hasn't fully introduced itself yet. You've survived the voyage. Congratulations. Now the land gets its turn. Let's get one thing clear. Early America is not waiting for you with open arms. It's not offering a feast, a warm bed, or a sign that says, "Glad you made it." It's cold, damp, and strangely silent. There are trees everywhere, tall, dark, and close together, as if conspiring. You try to smile, to convince yourself this is the beginning of something noble, but the wind steals that smile before it forms. Welcome to a continent that neither asked for you nor particularly cares you exist. There's no settlement, not really. Maybe a few wooden huts, hacked together by the advance party, roofs that leak more than they shelter. The ground is uneven and covered in brush. Everything smells of wet leaves, smoke, and something faintly rotten. You're told to help build. You don't know how to build. You pick up a log and follow instructions barked by someone whose only qualification seems to be louder than everyone else. The work is immediate. There's no orientation, no unpacking of bags, no polite easing into colonial life. You start chopping, stacking, hauling. You are, very suddenly, a labourer. And the land does not cooperate. The trees here are different, harder. The roots go deep. Your axe bounces off the trunk with a dull thud, and your hands blister after an hour. You pause to breathe, and someone yells that there's no time to rest. Winter's coming. Of course it is. You've never truly known cold. The cold here is wet, bone deep. It gets into your clothes, your shoes, your lungs. Your breath fogs in front of you and vanishes like every hope you had on the boat. There's no insulation in your new home, just planks. Gaps between them so wide you can see daylight even when you're indoors. You try to build a fire, but the wood is damp, the wind is relentless, and your fingers are stiff. The smoke doesn't rise. It curls around your head like a disappointed ghost. Nights are worse. You huddle in a corner of a half-finished shelter, your cloak wrapped around you, listening to the wind punch through the cracks. Someone coughs all night. Someone else mutters prayers in a language you don't know. You can't sleep. Your straw bed is wet. Your back aches. You keep one eye open for rats and the other on the ceiling in case it collapses. Morning comes with no ceremony. Just the same grim routine. Build, haul, dig, carry. You're sent to gather water. The nearest stream is a mile away, and the mud sucks at your boots with every step. The bucket's handle breaks. You patch it with twine. It leaks anyway. By the time you return, half of it's gone. No one thanks you. Someone complains it's too cold to drink. There's no food yet, not really. You eat from stores brought on the ship. Salted meat that tastes like shoe leather, and crackers that crumble into sawdust. The communal pot simmers all day, mostly water and a turnip someone found growing wild. You take your ration in silence and try not to think about the second helping that won't come. Hunger becomes a constant background hum, like tinnitus for your stomach. The forest surrounds you, watching. It's too quiet. The birds here don't sing the way they did back home. You hear rustles, cracks, something moving in the underbrush. You don't ask what. You don't want to know. You're not afraid of the woods. You're afraid of what you don't understand about them. And there's a lot you don't understand. You try to farm. Or at least, someone says you should. The soil is rocky, the land uneven. Seeds vanish into the earth and never return. A few stunted sprouts emerge, then wilt in the wind. Someone suggests it's the wrong season. Someone else blames the devil. You just blame your hands, which haven't stopped bleeding since the second day. There are insects. So many insects. Big ones. Biting ones. Flying ones that seem to find your ears on purpose. Mosquitoes that come in swarms at dusk and leave welts the size of walnuts. You slap your neck so often you forget what your skin used to feel like. Then there are the ticks. Small, silent, and insidious. You pull one from your leg and stare at it for 10 minutes, wondering if you're about to die. You're told to be careful when wandering. Not just because of the terrain or the animals, but because of uncertainties. No one says what that means, just nods darkly and tightens their grip on a musket that looks like it's more likely to explode than fire straight. You sleep with a knife now. Not for defense, but because it gives you the illusion of control. Sanitation is theoretical. There are no toilets, just a designated patch of forest. You go with a stick and a prayer, hoping no one follows. It rains often. The mud never dries. Your boots are constantly wet. Your socks, if you still have socks, are stiff with filth. The smell becomes part of you. Every joint aches. You've stopped wiping your nose. Your nails are black. You've picked up a rash on your neck, and your lips bleed when you smile, which is rare. No one sings here. No one jokes. You work until you fall down, then get up and do it again. This land is not your enemy. It's worse. It's indifferent. It doesn't care how noble your mission was, how pious your intentions, or how optimistic your shipboard prayers. It simply exists, cold, wild, and full of things that do not need you. And slowly you realise you need it. And it does not care. The weather plays games with you. One day it's so warm you sweat through your linen shift. The next, frost bites your toes while you sleep. There's no pattern, no warning, just extremes. Your roof leaks. Your firewood is damp. The smoke clings to everything. Your clothes, your skin, your lungs. You smell like a campfire that regrets its choices. Someone goes missing. No one talks about it. Maybe they wandered too far. Maybe they fell into a ravine. Maybe something found them. Their name is spoken less and less until it fades entirely, like the last echo of a bell you only imagined. Another person gives up, stops eating, sits by the stream and stares. They're still breathing, but you know they're gone. You're supposed to build a community, a colony, but everyone is too tired. You sleep in shifts. You eat in silence. The preacher offers a sermon and no one listens. You're too busy wondering if the flour has bugs in it, and too hungry to care if it does. Someone tries to steal from the storage crate. They're caught. There's no jail, so they're tied to a post in the rain. No one intervenes. You start to forget the sound of your own voice. You speak only when spoken to. The days blur together. Wake, work, suffer, sleep, repeat. Your muscles scream, but your mind stays quiet. That's how you survive. You stop thinking. You just do. At night, you dream of home. Not with longing, but confusion. The smells are wrong, the colours too bright, the bed's too soft. You wake up disoriented and angry. You remind yourself this is what you wanted. Freedom, opportunity, land. You got all three. You just weren't told what they cost. The cost is your comfort, your health, your illusions. You came here thinking the land needed taming. But the land doesn't care. The land has been here far longer than you. It watches, it waits, and it weathers you down. Not with sudden violence, but with slow, patient erosion. And this is just the first month. The real test comes with winter. Hunger is not a feeling here. It's a companion. A constant background presence that shadows you from dawn to dusk and sleeps beside you at night. It murmurs during prayer, grumbles through conversation, and screams during silence. In early America, food is not guaranteed. It is fought for, begged for, traded for, or simply imagined. Your first taste of New World cuisine comes with low expectations and an even lower caloric return. Breakfast doesn't exist as a formal concept. There's no morning meal laid out on a table. You eat when there is food, which is not often and not much. A bite of cornmeal mush, a crust of dry bread, maybe some boiled beans. You chew slowly not to savour it, but to fool your body into thinking it's getting more than it is. There is no menu, just whatever's left, whatever's survived the journey, or whatever hasn't yet rotted in the storehouse. Spoilage is inevitable. The ship's stores, salted pork, dried peas, flour, have been slowly decaying in the humid New World air. Mice chew through sacks. Weevils swarm. Barrels swell and crack. By the time you reach for something, it's already half gone and half mould. The staple of your diet is cornmeal. Not golden, fluffy cornbread, mind you. A gritty porridge made by boiling coarse ground maize in water, then adding a bit of salt, if there's any left. You eat it hot in the morning and cold in the evening, often with nothing else. It clings to the sides of your bowl like regret and goes down with the consistency of damp sand. You miss bread, real bread, the kind you knew back home. Here, bread is a rare, precious thing. Wheat does not grow easily in this climate. The soil is too rocky, the rainfall too wild, the tools too crude. If you manage to grow wheat, thresh it, grind it, and somehow keep it dry, then you might get to bake bread once. But that requires an oven, and ovens require bricks, and bricks require time, clay, and someone who knows how not to die halfway through construction. Most of what passes for bread is made from rye, barley, or corn, mixed with whatever can stretch the dough. Acorn meal, powdered roots, even sawdust. You knead it with cold hands, bake it in a pan over open flame, and hope it doesn't come out black on the outside and raw in the middle. The crust is tough, the inside is dense, and the flavour lands somewhere between bark and ash. Yet bread, bad as it is a luxury. Some days there's nothing. You dig up turnips the size of your fist. You boil nettles. You chew pine bark. Hunger pushes you toward the edge of reason. You start staring too long at the chickens, even though they're meant for eggs. You wonder what a squirrel might taste like. You hear stories of settlers eating leather when things got bad, shoes boiled into soup. You laugh nervously. Then you start checking your boots, and spoilage is constant. Flour goes mouldy, meat turns green, butter sours into a vinegary sludge. Even salt can fail you, growing damp and clumping into lumps that refuse to dissolve. You scrape the bad bits off. You hold your breath and eat it anyway. Cooking is improvisation. Pots are iron, heavy, and limited. You cook over open flames, dodging smoke and flying embers. There's no timer, no recipe, just instinct and whatever didn't burn yesterday. You stir your stew with the same spoon you carved last week, the one that already has a crack running through the middle. The broth bubbles, steams, smells like nothing. You add herbs, wild onions, maybe a pinch of ash that fell in. You call it seasoning. And yes, there are days when things go well. A deer is caught. A fish is pulled from the stream. Someone stumbles across wild berries. But the deer must be shared, the fish divided, the berries picked before the birds get them. The moment is sweet, short, and gone. The next day, you're back to chewing boiled roots and wondering how many more meals your teeth can survive. Food isn't just scarce, it's dangerous. Undercooked meat brings worms. Spoiled milk brings vomiting. That root you thought was edible? It wasn't. A simple misstep in foraging leads to a night of agony and a quiet burial. You learn by doing, and often by dying. You ration everything. Every biscuit is counted. Every pinch of salt is a moral decision. You find yourself arguing over who gets the crust, who needs it more, who worked harder that day. You feel ashamed. Then you feel hungry again. Shame doesn't fill your stomach. Bread does. If you're lucky. There are no meals. Only moments where food intersects your path. Lunch doesn't arrive with a bell. It arrives if someone manages to find a squirrel, or digs up a few more turnips, or remembers there's a bit of bacon rind tucked in a cloth at the back of the hut. You eat fast, not because it's good, but because someone might try to take it. You chew with suspicion. Was that grit? Mould? A bug? Doesn't matter. It's food. You think about home, about bread that rose in ovens and smelled like comfort, about butter that didn't smell like cheese, about meat that wasn't a gamble. But you don't talk about it. No one does. Talking about home invites longing. Longing weakens the group. Instead you talk about who found a wild onion, who spotted a deer track, who didn't get sick after eating that weird root last week. Children get thinner. Their eyes sink. They stop complaining and start staring. You give them your portion sometimes, then regret it when your legs go weak in the afternoon. But you'd do it again. Because there's something worse than starving. It's watching someone else do it, slowly. And then comes the barter. Trade becomes currency. You offer buttons, cloth, tools, anything that isn't food, in exchange for a bite of bread. Someone gives up a comb for half a biscuit. Someone else offers their only pair of dry socks for a hunk of dried meat. You'd be surprised what food is worth when it's the only thing standing between you and the grave. Famine doesn't come all at once. It seeps in. A day without meat, then 2. Then a week. Then the cornmeal runs low. The communal pot gets thinner. The portions shrink. The conversations stop. Everyone starts chewing slower. You go to bed earlier, not because you're tired, but because unconsciousness is the only escape from hunger that doesn't require payment. And with famine comes fear. People whisper about the last settlement, the one that vanished. No signs of a raid, just gone. Some say they starved. Some say they turned to things unspoken. You don't ask what that means. You don't want the answer. You start to hoard. Just a little. A crust tucked into your shirt. A few beans in a pouch. You tell yourself it's not stealing. It's insurance. You pray no one finds out. Or worse, that everyone already knows and is just pretending not to see. Cooking becomes sacred. The fire is tended like a shrine. The pot is stirred like a ritual. No one speaks while eating. You chew. You swallow. You try to feel full. You fail. But it's the trying that keeps you alive. And then, one evening, something small happens. A handful of wild greens. A rabbit. A slice of real bread, miraculously baked. You share it. It's gone in seconds. But for a moment, the silence is replaced with breathing. Hope doesn't return, but it glances at you from a distance. Later, you learn that some settlements didn't survive not because of disease, but because of miscalculated harvests. They planted the wrong crops, stored food poorly, ate seeds meant for the next season. Mistakes compound. A single bad harvest becomes a slow-motion catastrophe. Hunger breeds desperation. Desperation breaks order. And when that happens, it's not just your stomach that's empty. It's the law, the fellowship, the trust. You once believed food was simple. Eat when you're hungry. Now, it is everything. It is politics. It is trust. It is survival. You do not live from meal to meal. You live from bite to bite. This is not hardship. It is the new normal. And the worst part is, you get used to it. You thought the voyage was hard. You thought the land was cruel. You thought the hunger gnawed enough. But now comes the truth. All those trials were just the warm-up act. Because winter doesn't care how brave you are. It doesn't care how pious your intentions or how much wood you chopped in October. Winter is not your enemy. It's your judge. And it finds everyone wanting. It doesn't arrive all at once. First come the nights. A little colder. A little longer. You notice your breath when you speak. Your boots crunch in the morning. Frost appears on the rim of your water bucket. Then one morning, you wake and the ground is white, the wind is sharp, and every joint in your body aches before you even move. Winter has arrived, and it does not knock. Your cabin, if you can call it that, is no match. It's a box of planks, nailed together in a hurry. There's a roof, more or less. There are walls, kind of. But there's no insulation. No glass windows. No chimney. Just a hearth made from stacked stones and gaps between the boards wide enough for a squirrel to poke its head through, and ask how you're coping. The cold creeps in and never leaves. You sit close to the fire, but it only warms one side of you. The other side remains frozen. Your clothes are damp, your socks are stiff, and your blankets, if you're lucky enough to have any, smell like mildew and old smoke. Your fingers go numb when you sleep. Your toes stop hurting altogether. You pretend that's a good sign. It isn't. Wood becomes your obsession. You need it to survive. You burn through your stockpile in weeks, not months. You start rationing. You start stealing. You strip the furniture, the fences, the handles from broken tools. Anything that burns is fair game. You venture into the woods to chop more, but the snow is deep. Your muscles are weak, and every swing of the axe feels like an insult to your spine. There's never enough. The fire dies too quickly. You wake in the night with frost on your blanket and ice in the bucket. The wind whistles through the walls like it's looking for something to punish. You pile more rags on your bed. You sleep in your clothes. Still you shiver. Food spoils slower now. That's the only benefit. The rats stay hidden. The mould recedes. But you still don't have enough. You boil the same bones again and again, hoping flavour will return. You scrape grease from the pan and spread it on bread like it's butter. You suck on twigs, chew bark, and swear you remember the taste of carrots once. People get quiet. The cold silences everything. Laughter disappears. Songs go unsung. The preacher still mutters sermons, but even he wraps himself in 3 cloaks and ends quickly. Conversation becomes practical. More wood. That one's coughing. Stir the pot. No one wastes words, they're too heavy. And a sickness, of course, returns. Colds turn to fevers. Frostbitten toes turn black. A child dies in the night, and no one notices until morning. You dig a grave, but the ground is frozen. You chisel, you pick, you curse. Eventually, you settle for a shallow pit covered with stones. You say a prayer, if you have the breath. Sleep becomes an act of faith. You lie down not knowing if you'll wake up. You curl into yourself, a ragged cocoon of desperation. You dream of warmth, of sun, of anything not white or grey or bitter. You wake sore and tired. The world is still frozen. The fire has died again. Your skin cracks. Not metaphorically, literally. Your lips split, your hands bleed, and your nose drips a steady trail of misery. You rub grease or lard on your fingers, but it doesn't help much. Your joints feel older than you are. You're 24, but you walk like a grandfather and grunt like one too. And with the cold comes something worse. Time. Endless, frozen time. You can't plant. You can't build. You can't travel. You can barely move. You sit by the fire and stare at the walls, waiting for something to change. It doesn't. The days are short, the nights are endless, and the only thing moving is your breath in the air. The animals are smarter. They've disappeared. The birds flew south. The deer retreated into the deep woods. The bears are asleep. Only the crows remain, perching in the trees like little prophets, waiting for something to die. You watch them and wonder if they know your name. Water is both too much and not enough. Snow is everywhere, but it's frozen and useless until you melt it, and melting it costs precious fuel. You eat soup more often because it's hot and fills the belly, even when it's just turnip water with a single bean floating in it. You drink it slowly, savouring the illusion of nourishment. Cabin fever is real. People grow irritable, then silent. Arguments break out over nothing. Who touched the woodpile? Who took the last ladle of broth? Who's breathing too loud? You withdraw into yourself, clutching your blanket and pretending not to hear. A man leaves one morning, angry, coatless. No one sees him again. Someone finds his hat in the snow weeks later, frozen solid. The children stop playing. They sit quietly, bundled in layers, staring at the fire. You try to entertain them, tell stories, sing songs, but your voice is hoarse, and your hands tremble. A child asks if spring is real, or just something people made up. You don't answer. Frost forms on the inside of the walls. Your breath clouds in front of your face. The fire is barely holding. Someone has a cough that won't stop. They're moved to the far side of the hut. You try not to listen. Try not to think about what it means. You wrap your scarf tighter and keep the axe close. Not for wood. For what happens if someone starts thinking about desperate things? Some mornings you wake and your hair is frozen to the wall. You pull away slowly, wincing, and blink at the thin light coming through the cracks. It's another day. You made it. That's all you can say. You made it. This is winter in early America. It does not care how well you planned. It does not reward the diligent or punish the lazy. It comes like a judgment and stays like a curse. And if you survive, if you crawl out of the season with all your fingers and most of your soul intact, congratulations. You've passed the test until next year. Spring becomes a rumour, a myth people whisper about when they think the walls aren't listening. You remember warm rain, green shoots, the sound of bees, but it feels more like a dream than a memory. The snow keeps falling. Your shoulders stay hunched. You haven't felt sunlight in weeks. You mark the days with scratches on the beam. They start to blur. Was that Sunday or Monday? Does it matter? The calendar is a luxury now. Time is measured by how low the woodpile is. How many spoons of flour remain? How many coughs before someone goes silent? And when the thaw finally comes, slow, wet, miserable, it's not a celebration. The snow melts into mud. The ground gives way beneath your boots. The roof starts leaking again, but the air smells different. There's movement in the trees. You hear birds. You weep. And it surprises you. Spring didn't save you. You saved yourself. Barely. Winter tried to erase you. You clung to the edge of life with frostbitten fingers and splintered tools and faith that cracked more than once. And now, you get to do it all over again. You wonder how the people around you still go on. The woman who lost her child but still stokes the fire. The old man with one eye who hums quietly as he whittles kindling. There's no heroism here, just endurance. A slow, stubborn refusal to die. And in that, there is something close to hope. Not bright or loud, but solid. Like the last coal in the hearth, glowing faintly, daring the cold to snuff it out. In early America, work is not something you do. It is something you survive. There are no weekends, no holidays unless they're religious, and still somehow exhausting. No coffee breaks, no casual Friday. There is only one rule: you work or you die. You wake before the sun, because sleeping past dawn is a luxury reserved for the dead. Your hands are already sore from yesterday. Your back aches. Your knees feel like they've been borrowed from a man twice your age and returned broken. You stretch only because staying curled hurts more. Someone nearby is already moving. You hear water sloshing in a bucket. Fire being coaxed from dying embers. A cough that sounds more ominous than it did last week. Breakfast, if it happens at all, is fast and functional. Maybe a chunk of stale bread, a bit of cold porridge, a sip of weak beer, because the water is likely carrying new and exciting diseases. Then it's out the door, into the mud, the cold, or the heat, depending on which seasonal punishment the weather gods have chosen for you. If you're a man, your job is outside. If you're not dying, you're chopping, digging, ploughing, hauling or hammering. The fields don't plough themselves, and the forests don't magically become houses. You spend your day fighting the earth, digging up rocks, tilling rocky soil, praying for rain, then cursing when it floods. You build fences that fall down in storms, chop trees that splinter the axe, carry logs that threaten to snap your spine, and always, always you sweat. Your tools are few and crude. An iron hoe, a wooden plough, maybe an axe with a handle that's seen better centuries. If you're lucky, you have a horse or an ox to help. If you're not, congratulations, your shoulders are the horse now. There's no mechanic, no toolbox, no spare parts. If something breaks, you fix it with string, spit, and creative swearing. Your clothing works against you. Wool in summer, linen in winter, boots that leak, gloves that don't exist. Your hands crack and bleed. Your nails split. Splinters become permanent features of your palm. You carry hay, mud, firewood, and sometimes other people. Your spine is less a column and more of a suggestion. If you're a woman, your workday is somehow worse. Everything the men do, plus everything else. You cook, clean, sew, haul, nurse, parent, and mend. You wake the earliest and sleep the latest. You spin wool until your fingers are raw, knead dough until your knuckles cease, and churn butter until your arms feel like lead. You chop firewood, carry water, and then somehow still serve the meal without collapsing. Childcare isn't a break, it's an added job. Babies are carried on hips while you stir pots. Toddlers cling to skirts while you dig up potatoes. You breastfeed one child while telling another to stop hitting the goat. No one thanks you. There's no applause, just more work. Children don't get a pass. As soon as they can walk without falling over, they're put to work. Feeding chickens, gathering kindling, carrying water, picking stones from the fields. No toys, no schooling, unless someone taught you to read between chores. A child is not a child. They're just a shorter worker with fewer rights. If one manages to sit still for too long, someone will hand them a task just to maintain the natural order of misery. Illness doesn't excuse you. If you're not coughing up blood, you're expected to help. A sprained ankle means you crawl instead of walk. A fever means you take more breaks, not that you stop. If you die, well, that's one less mouth to feed, and one less pair of hands to disappoint the fields. Work does not pause for grief. It barely nods at it. Sundays are theoretically a day of rest, but they're not restful. You go to church, which might mean walking miles in bad shoes, sitting on a backless bench, while a man in robes shouts about sin, and then walking home again, thinking about how you still have to cook supper and mend your shirt. If it's winter, the church is freezing. If it's summer, it's a sweatbox full of flies and the unwashed. Some work is specialised. If you're a blacksmith, your world is heat, hammer, and smoke. You burn yourself regularly, inhale metal dust, and go half deaf from the clang of iron on iron. If you're a cooper, you make barrels for food storage, water, ale, and if you mess it up, something spoils and people starve. A tanner works with hides, urine, and lime. Their hands are perpetually raw. Their clothing stinks. Their lungs slowly give out. Even the easier jobs aren't easy. Tailoring. You sit hunched over a candle, stitching through rough cloth with a dull needle until your eyes cross. Cooking. You stand over an open hearth, breathing smoke, getting blisters, burning your palms. Midwifery? You help bring life into the world with no tools, no sterilisation, and every chance of watching mother or child, or both, slip away. Work is constant. There's always something broken, always something leaking, always something rotting, missing, or catching fire. You patch roofs in the rain. You dig ditches in the dark. You fix carts with rope and prayer. You shear sheep and chase pigs and clean tools that never stay clean. You sweep the floor, even though dirt is a permanent resident. At night, your muscles scream. You lie on straw and feel every stone beneath you. Your legs twitch. Your hands cramp. You fall asleep mid-sentence. You wake still tired. And then you do it again. The seasons change the job, but never the burden. In spring, you plant. In summer, you weed and haul and swat at clouds of insects that treat your skin like a feast. In autumn, you harvest, haul, and preserve what little you manage to coax from the earth. In winter, you split wood, fight frost, and spend hours just keeping the fire alive. You work harder to not freeze than you ever did to not starve. You dream of rest, but even your dreams are filled with chores. Fetch water, shuck corn, chase chickens. You have nightmares about losing tools, because replacing one could mean trading away your only boots. And everything you do with the knowledge that it might not be enough. One late frost, one early flood, one outbreak of fever, and your entire season's work turns to ash. You're always one bad week away from ruin. There are no sick days, no second chances, no promotions, just survival, broken fingernails, and the deep, quiet knowledge that no matter how hard you work today, tomorrow won't care. Work doesn't make you stronger. It wears you down. It blunts your mind. It hollows your body. You stop looking people in the eye because you're too tired. You forget how to laugh unless the joke is about finally dying. But still, you get up every day because no one else will do it for you. This is your job in early America. Not a career, not a calling, just the daily act of not giving up. And whether you're ploughing soil, scrubbing floors, nursing children, or gutting fish, you do it until the day your hands finally stop moving. And even then, someone will expect you to be buried quickly so they can get back to work. Sometimes someone breaks. They sit down in the middle of a task and just stop. No crying, no speech, just stillness. Their eyes go glassy, their hands go limp, and after a few minutes, someone else quietly takes over their work. No one talks about it, because everyone knows it could be them next. One bad night, one pulled muscle, one missing meal. That's all it takes. So you work, you endure. Because in early America, your worth is measured by your labour. And when the day comes that you can no longer contribute, when your back gives out or your legs won't carry you, there is no retirement. There is only absence, and a new name added to the list of the gone. The sky darkens, and the tools are finally laid down, not because the work is finished, but because the light is gone. You trudge home, muscles screaming, knowing tomorrow will be the same. And the cruelest part, some tiny piece of you is grateful. Grateful that there will be a tomorrow. You don't catch sickness in early America. It catches you. Slowly at first, through a cough that won't go away, a cut that refuses to heal, or a strange aching behind the eyes. Then all at once, it has you. And when it does, there's no doctor coming. No clean sheets. No medicine cabinet. Only prayer, boiling water, and blind hope. Every breath is a risk. Every drop of water. Every scrape of food. Every hand you shake. If you're lucky enough to live among people clean enough to shake hands, could be carrying your next great undoing. Germ theory isn't a thing yet. Disease is blamed on bad air, divine punishment. Or perhaps that neighbour you always suspected was a bit too cheerful. The local remedies are a mixed bag. One person recommends garlic, another mustard plasters. Someone else swears by powdered toad. Whatever the cure, it's administered with shaking hands and absolute confidence, which is comforting until you realise no one actually knows what they're doing. You're already starting from behind. Your diet is trash. You're malnourished, underslept, and chronically exhausted. Your immune system is working overtime just to keep your body from eating itself. So when illness comes, and it always comes, it hits like a hammer. Coughs last for weeks. Fevers burn hot and wild. Cuts go septic. Teeth rot and fall out. A splinter in the wrong place can lead to an amputation. You can die from stepping on a nail. You can die from childbirth, a stomachache, a bad glass of milk. You can die from eating the wrong berry or not eating at all. Life is a parade of minor symptoms with lethal potential. And let's not forget dysentery, nature's way of reminding you who's really in charge. It's not glamorous, it's not dramatic. It's just slow, messy dehydration until your insides give up and everything shuts down. There's no dignity in it. Just a bed of straw and someone whispering the Lord's Prayer while trying not to gag. There are no hospitals. The sick are treated in the same room where people eat, sleep, and argue. There's no privacy, no sanitation, and no mercy. You lie in your corner of the hut, sweating, shaking, hallucinating, and hoping you don't disturb the others too much. Because if you do, they might decide to move you outside, and you won't come back in. The treatments, such as they are, come from a mixture of folklore, desperation, and half-remembered advice. Bleeding is popular. You're too hot, too cold, acting strangely. Out comes the blade or the leech. Bloodletting is considered a universal reset button, even if the patient's last words are, "I feel dizzy." It's not uncommon to pass out mid-treatment. Some don't wake back up. Herbs are the next line of defence. Chamomile, sage, horehound, yarrow. Names whispered like spells. They're steeped, crushed, poulticed, and rubbed onto wounds with great ceremony. Sometimes they help. Sometimes they do nothing. Sometimes they make things worse. But the smell at least convinces you that something is being done. Toothaches are their own brand of misery. You feel it first as a dull throb, then sharp pain, then swelling. Then the whole side of your face balloons and you can barely speak. There are no dentists, only a brave fool with a pair of tongs and a bottle of rum. You're told to bite down on leather and hold still. The crack is audible. The pain is indescribable. Infection is almost guaranteed. Midwives double as doctors, herbalists, and therapists. They deliver babies in firelit huts and with nothing but rags, boiled water, and prayer. They handle fevers, wounds, miscarriages, and mystery illnesses with quiet authority. And yet, they're constantly at risk of being accused of witchcraft, because knowing too much is dangerous, especially if you're a woman. And then there's smallpox. It doesn't knock. It kicks in the door. Red spots appear, first as a nuisance, then as a verdict. You're isolated. Not for your safety, for theirs. The sores swell, burst, and crust over. You itch until you bleed. You're disfigured for life if you survive. Many don't. You hear stories from nearby towns. Entire families wiped out. Children gone in a week. A man who dug 6 graves in 2 days. A preacher who held a funeral for his own wife from the doorstep, too afraid to enter the room. The disease moves faster than gossip. By the time you hear about it, it's already here. Injury is common. Axes slip. Horses kick. Fires burn. You fall, you bleed, and then you hope. A broken leg means weeks of pain and immobility, and if you're lucky, someone helps carry you. If not, you crawl. There's no cast, no splint beyond sticks and rags. The bone might heal, or it might heal wrong. Now you limp for the rest of your life. Assuming the infection doesn't win first, mental illness is a concept that hasn't been invented yet. Sadness is sin. Melancholy is weak faith. Anxiety is cowardice. If you speak of hearing voices or act strangely, you're whispered about. If you're a woman, the word hysteria starts making the rounds. If you're loud about your suffering, you might find yourself locked in a cellar, or worse, blamed for bringing the sickness to begin with. Water doesn't help. Not in the way it should. Clean water is a fantasy. What you drink is usually river runoff, shared with animals, filled with silt, leaves and invisible threats. Boiling helps, but fuel is precious. You bathe rarely, if at all, because cold water chills the bones, and warm water is considered medically risky. Bathing opens the pores, they say. That's how the illness gets in. So you don't bathe, you don't rest, you barely eat. And then one day, your body fails. You faint, you fall. You vomit blood or cough up something dark and clotted. People around you avoid eye contact. They start whispering your name in the past tense. If you're important, maybe a preacher comes. If not, someone mutters a prayer from across the room. A cloth is placed on your forehead. You're told to drink broth. You can't keep it down. Your stomach turns against you. Your bowels follow. Your breath rattles. Sometimes you recover. Sometimes it passes. But the world keeps turning either way. If you die, there's a hole waiting. If you live, there's a job waiting. There's no long recovery. No soft re-entry into daily life. The day you can stand is the day you're handed a bucket and told to fetch water. You learn to spot the signs early. A shiver too long. A cough that echoes. Eyes that don't focus. You learn who might last and who probably won't. You stop asking if someone feels better. You stop offering advice. You just tighten the blankets and keep the fire going. It's the most you can do. Sometimes someone survives something they shouldn't. A fever that broke. A wound that closed. People call it a miracle. They thank God. The survivor says nothing, because deep down, they know it wasn't divine mercy. It was chance. Dumb, brutal luck. And there's always another illness waiting. New settlers bring new plagues. The weather changes and something strange spreads again. You cough. You pray. You drink something foul and bitter that a neighbour swears saved their cousin. You don't believe it, but it burns going down. So at least it feels like something is happening. Eventually, your body is not your own. It belongs to the rhythms of the colony, the limits of early medicine, and the whims of fate. You walk slower. You breathe harder. You sleep more but rest less. And one day, when the fever comes for you again, you know it might be the last. There's no insurance, no nurses, no quiet white rooms with beeping machines and floral wallpaper. There's just a straw mattress, a wooden bowl of tepid water, and someone you love sitting nearby, too tired to cry. Illness in early America doesn't ask permission. It doesn't wait for a convenient time. It doesn't spare the strong or the faithful. It simply arrives, stays as long as it wants, and leaves a trail of silence behind it. And when it's gone, if you're still alive, you go back to work. Because in early America, health is a temporary condition. But labour is eternal. In early America, freedom is a myth carved into future monuments, not something you'll find in your daily life. Authority is not questioned, it is endured. You don't speak up, you don't speak out. You barely speak unless spoken to. And even then, you choose your words like they might be your last, because they might be. Power wears many faces. The preacher, the governor, the magistrate, the landowner, the militia captain, the man with the Bible in one hand and a musket in the other. Sometimes they're the same person. Sometimes they disagree with each other, but all of them outrank you, and you are expected to obey. Not out of respect, but because the cost of resistance is immediate and often public. Laws exist, but not the kind you argue with. Not the kind printed neatly and explained with care. They're passed down through warning and punishment. You learn the rules when you see someone whipped for breaking them, when someone disappears after speaking too freely, when a man is nailed by the ear to a post because he stole a loaf of bread. Justice here isn't blind. It's looking right at you, with a raised eyebrow and a hand on its belt. Petty crimes are met with brutal solutions. Theft can cost you your fingers. Lying in court might earn you a split tongue or a branding. Speaking ill of a magistrate can have you standing in the stocks for days, covered in spit and whatever else the townsfolk can throw. If you're lucky, your punishment ends with humiliation. If not, it ends with a noose. Executions are not hidden. They are scheduled events, community gatherings where children are advised to watch so they'll learn something. A gallows is as common as a water well. A hanging draws a crowd. A burning draws a bigger one. And all of this, all the lashes and gags and pillories, are considered necessary. Good, even. They keep order. They teach discipline. They make examples. You're not asked to understand. You're asked to comply. Religion is law's older brother. Older, stricter, and far more imaginative when it comes to punishments. The preacher watches you closely. He listens for blasphemy in your tone, insubordination in your silence. Church attendance is not optional. Missing Sunday service is like slapping God across the face. Fines, public confession, or worse can follow. You stand in the church, shoulder to shoulder with others who smell like smoke and fear. You nod when expected. You repeat what's told to you. You don't dare look bored. The sermons are long, thunderous warnings of fire and damnation. Hell is vivid, detailed. A place more real than your own bedroom, if you had one. And you can be punished for what you think. Not just what you do. If you say the wrong thing about Scripture, about God, about the preacher himself, you risk the label of heretic. Or worse, witch. Either label can end with you floating face down in the river. Women and outsiders are especially vulnerable. If you're a woman who speaks too boldly, you're hysterical. If you heal with herbs, you're suspicious. If you have knowledge, you're dangerous. Outsiders, the poor, the foreign, the strange, are useful only when silent. Any challenge to the social hierarchy is met with cold efficiency. You're taught not to resist. You're taught to survive. Children are raised in this same shadow. They are disciplined early and often. A child who disobeys is thrashed, not just by the parents, but by any adult nearby. Schools are few and rarely kind. Education, where available, is a strict affair filled with rote memorization, canings, and the constant threat of being made an example. There is no privacy. There is no dissent. Even your thoughts feel borrowed from the sermon you heard last week. You move like a ghost through your own life, careful not to upset anyone. Authority is not a person. It's the air itself. Watching, listening, waiting. The rules change depending on who you are. If you're a servant or indentured, your rights are theoretical. You follow orders or you're beaten. If you complain, you're punished. If you try to escape, you're hunted. If you're caught, you're maimed. There's always someone above you, someone with the power to ruin you with a gesture. Even freemen must tread carefully. Speak too loudly in the tavern about the governor's tax? Expect a visit. Argue with your landlord? You might find your goods accidentally confiscated during a search. There's no due process. There's barely process. Most accusations don't end in trial. They end in example. And if you're enslaved, there is no protection at all. You're not a person. You are property. You can be beaten, sold, starved, or killed without consequence. The law exists to protect your owner's investment in you, not your body, not your life, and certainly not your freedom. Gossip is a weapon. The whispers of your neighbours can destroy you faster than any court. She looked too long at the preacher. He doesn't bow when he passes the governor. There are, of course, no appeals, no higher court to hear your plea. If you're punished unjustly, the only recourse is prayer. And even then, you're expected to apologise first. Forgiveness exists for the powerful. For everyone else, there's repentance or ruin. And yet, even in this grim order, people cling to their places. Not because they love obedience, but because fear is easier than chaos. The idea of no law, no rules, is more terrifying than a cruel one. At least here, you know what the punishment is. You've seen it, you've smelled it, you've heard it in the cries of those who didn't step carefully enough. Sometimes the punishments are symbolic. A person is forced to wear a sign, thief, drunkard, liar, made to stand in the town square, eyes down, shame on display. Sometimes they are literal, ears cropped, noses slit, brands pressed to skin like livestock. The scars never go away. They mark you forever. And not just your skin, your reputation, your prospects, your children's futures. You learn the dance. You bow deeper. You speak softer. You nod more often than you mean it. You make yourself small in the presence of power, not just for safety, but for survival. You don't complain when the taxes rise. You don't question when the rules change. You don't point out that the preacher's son never gets punished, because you know how quickly a grumble turns into a trial. There is no revolution in your bones, no fire in your chest. There is a quiet acceptance, the same kind animals have when they recognize the shape of the cage. You might dream of something better, but not out loud. You might speak of fairness, but only behind closed doors, and only in a whisper. Your children learn the same lessons. They watch you endure. They see you obey. They understand, even before they can walk, that survival requires silence, that power flows one way, and standing in its path only gets you swept aside. It is not heroism that gets passed down. It is caution, care, calculation. And so life continues. You rise, work, nod, kneel, and sleep, all under the watchful eye of authority. It doesn't matter if the rules make sense. It doesn't matter if you agree. What matters is that you follow them. Because in early America, the law isn't just written on paper, it's carved into people. The silence isn't peace, it's pressure. A tight-lipped calm stretched thin over fear. And everyone you meet, no matter how polite, is balancing on that same edge, nodding along, praying quietly, and doing their best not to be next. And if you wonder why no one revolts, why no one resists, the answer is simple. Because everyone knows someone who did, and they remember what happened to them in detail. In public, in pain, that's all it takes. In early America, being a woman isn't just difficult, it's doubly so. You don't simply live through hardship. You do it while carrying everyone else's burden on your back, wrapped in homespun linen, holding a child in one arm and a cooking pot in the other. Whatever the men do, Women are expected to match, and then keep going. You rise before the men, not out of choice, but because someone has to start the fire, fetch the water, and stir whatever's left in the cooking pot from the night before. You might have slept 2 or 3 hours, maybe more if the baby didn't scream through the night, or if your husband didn't come home drunk and short-tempered. You pray silently, or maybe just sigh, a quieter form of survival, and start your day. Breakfast is not served, it is assembled. You boil cornmeal, scrape ash from the hearth, and knead yesterday's dough. The fire spits sparks onto your hands. You wince, wipe sweat from your forehead with a soot-smeared sleeve, and keep going. By the time the others are stumbling awake, you've already been working for an hour. Child rearing is not its own job. It's background noise to all the others. You carry a baby on your hip while stirring pottage, sewing a shirt, or chopping vegetables. You learn to balance an infant with one arm and hoist a water bucket with the other. When the child cries, you hush it without breaking stride. There's no nursery, no playpen, no time-out corner, only the edge of a dirt floor where you lay the child and pray it doesn't roll into the fire. Cleaning is constant and futile. There is no soap. Water must be hauled in buckets. The floor is made of packed earth that turns to mud when wet, dust when dry, and filth in between. You sweep it daily with a bundle of straw tied to a stick, knowing full well it will never be clean. Not really, not for long. Laundry is not a weekly chore, it's a siege. Clothes are scrubbed on washboards, if you have one, or against a flat stone by the river. You kneel in the cold, raw water, scraping fabric with lye or ash soap that burns your skin and chaps your knuckles. Then you wring it dry, with hands already swollen, and hang it in the wind, praying the rain doesn't return. There are no dryers. If it rains again, you start over. Sewing and mending are endless. Your family owns maybe 1 or 2 sets of clothes each. You patch holes with scrap, re-stitch every seam until the fabric looks more thread than cloth. You save buttons like gold, straighten old needles over fire, and squint by candlelight after everyone else is asleep. If someone tears their only shirt, it becomes your emergency. Then comes cooking. Forget recipe books. There's no oven, no timer, no measurements. You cook with instinct and heat and guesswork. A pot over the hearth, bubbling with a mix of root vegetables and regrets. You taste with your fingers. Add salt when it's available. Stir constantly, because if it burns, no one eats. If someone gets sick, you're blamed. If someone complains, you take it quietly, because silence is expected. Gratitude is not. You also tend the garden, assuming you're lucky enough to have one. You weed it, water it, protect it from insects, birds and hungry neighbours. It's your insurance policy. If it fails, your family starves. If it succeeds, the men praise God, and you go back to weeding. On top of all this, you're expected to manage the emotional temperature of the home. If your husband is cruel, you endure it. If he's sad, you console him. If your children misbehave, it's your fault. If anything breaks, a dish, a chair, your spirit, you clean it up and carry on. Marriage is not an escape. It is a transaction. You are a dowry, a womb, a worker. Love, if it happens, is a fortunate accident. Your wedding may be small and quiet, with no ring and no gown, just a handshake and a prayer and a new life of labour under a different roof. Pregnancy is not a sacred glow. It's a gamble. Each time your belly swells, you wonder if you'll live through it. There are no doctors, no prenatal vitamins, no clean sheets, just a midwife, if you're lucky, and a set of hands you pray are steady. Labour can last hours, days, You scream into cloth, claw at the floor, bleed into straw. If the child lives, you thank God. If you live, you call it mercy. If neither happens, the others clean up quietly and move on. And when the child is born, the work doubles. Diapers don't exist. You tear rags and wash them over and over. You nurse constantly. You rock the baby while kneading bread, while boiling herbs and while scraping soot from the hearth. And if the baby dies from fever, from hunger, from cold, you are expected to mourn silently and keep working. You're not allowed to be weak. If you cry too much, you're unstable. If you shout, you're hysterical. If you resist, you're dangerous. If you know too much, you're a witch. You learn to speak softly, bow your head, and swallow your fury. Your life is survival in a corset of silence. And yes, you wear a corset. Not the ones in costume dramas. Yours is a stiff, scratchy thing, meant to straighten your back and suppress your body. You lace it up while nursing a toddler. You work in it. You sleep in it. You learn to move with it until the discomfort becomes part of your posture. There are no mirrors. Your reflection is in a bucket of water, if it's still enough. You forget your face. You forget your shape. You forget how to describe yourself beyond what you do. Wife, mother, servant, midwife, no adjectives, only titles. Courtship is brief. Flirting is a risk. If you smile too much, you're asking for attention. If you refuse a man's interest, you're rude. If something happens to you, something unspeakable, you are blamed for it. Your virtue is everyone's concern until it's gone. Then it's your problem alone. Even in church, your place is at the edge. You sit behind the men. You speak only to sing, and even then, not too loudly. You memorize scripture, but aren't asked what it means. The preacher talks about obedience, and everyone knows he's talking to you. Some women break the mould. Healers, spinsters, widows with sharp tongues. But most don't last long. Suspicion clings to them. If a child falls ill, it was the midwife's fault. If crops fail, it's the widow's stare. If a cow stops giving milk, someone remembers the herbalist said something odd last Tuesday. That's how it starts. Then come the whispers. Then comes the trial. Sometimes they drown you. Sometimes they burn you. Sometimes they just banish you to the edge of a village where the cold and the wolves wait patiently. You age fast. The sun creases your skin before you're 30. Your hands are calloused. Your hair greys early. You have stretch marks, scars, burns, missing teeth. All earned, none complained about. You're expected to smile anyway, to laugh softly, to keep the peace, to keep everyone else whole while you quietly fall apart. And even when you've done everything right, stayed silent, worked hard, obeyed, there's no guarantee. Your husband might die. Your children might starve. Your home might burn. And you'll be left alone, a widow in a world that fears independent women more than famine. So you work twice, you suffer twice, and you are remembered, if at all, only by the apron you left behind, still stained, still warm. Because in early America, a woman's work is never done, and neither is her silence. And yet somehow, despite all of it, women endure. They carry generations forward with aching arms and silent strength, weaving resilience into every stitch, every scar, every spoonful of soup. No one thanks them. No one notices. But they keep going. From the moment your boot touches this continent's soil, you carry with you not just disease and iron and scripture, but assumptions, heavy, invisible ones. You assume this place is empty. You assume it's yours. You assume that the people already here will either help you, fear you, or get out of the way. None of those assumptions are correct. The land is not empty. It has paths, stories, names. Older than your family, older than your king, older than the ink on your colonial charter. The people are not few. There are nations here, not scattered tribes. Cultures with governments, customs, languages, boundaries. Some live in longhouses, some in birch bark wigwams, others in lodges, earthworks, plank houses. All of them more adapted to this land than you are. But you don't understand that. You don't even try. Because in your world, maps are drawn with blank spaces, and ownership comes with paper and a wax seal. So when you see people on your land, you see trespassers. When they watch you from the tree line, you feel threatened, not because of what they do, but because you cannot imagine a world in which you are not in charge. The first encounters are often tense, cautious. You trade small things, a knife, a copper kettle, beads. They offer you food, pelts, tobacco. They gesture for peace, sometimes with curiosity, sometimes with resignation. They've seen your kind before. You, however, have never seen anyone like them, and that unnerves you. Their faces are unreadable to you. Their expressions don't match your expectations. Their language is unfamiliar. Their silence feels ominous. Their smiles feel suspicious. You can't read them, so you decide they must be hiding something. You don't know what, but it must be dangerous. You try to communicate, you point. You speak louder, as if volume translates meaning. You mimic. You gesture. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes they understand perfectly and pretend they don't, because they're not sure yet whether you're a threat, a fool, or both. You assume their help is automatic, their land a gift. If they show you how to grow maize or where the fish are, you call it a divine blessing, not survival knowledge painstakingly passed down over centuries. If they teach you something, you write it in your journal as your own discovery. If they warn you not to settle near a certain stream, and you do anyway, you call the resulting flood an act of God. Their customs confuse you. They don't rush meals. They don't shake hands. Their leaders don't dress in lace or carry swords. When they speak, it takes longer, not because they're slow, but because words matter. Silence is part of the language, and when they decide, they do so together. A concept as foreign to you as the plants in their medicine pouches. And still, you label them savages. Not because they are, but because they don't mirror you. They don't kneel the same way. They don't pray in Latin. They don't build fences or tally land deeds. So you decide they must be lesser. This comforts you. It gives you permission. You fear what you don't control. So you start to arm yourself more visibly. You build higher walls. You look for excuses. A rumour of a stolen cow becomes a justification for a raid. A glance in the wrong direction is all it takes to escalate a meeting into a conflict. You don't understand their politics, so you assume they have none. You don't recognise their diplomacy, so you call it trickery. They see what's coming. Most of them always did. Sometimes they leave offerings, corn, fish, a woven mat, as signs of peace. You assume they're tribute. You assume you're winning. But it's not submission. It's strategy. They are trying to avoid war. They know what war with you will mean. They've seen the weapons. They've buried the dead. And yet, not all encounters turn violent. Sometimes alliances form. Temporary, uneasy ones. You need them to survive the winter. They need you to trade for iron tools. You smoke pipes together. Share meals. Exchange gifts. There is laughter. You begin to feel at ease. And that's when you make the mistake. You assume friendship is ownership. That their tolerance is consent. That a patch of shared hunting ground is now your field. You build fences. You dig wells. You claim. You plant your flag. And when they resist, when they ask questions, when they draw lines, when they remind you of the agreements, you feel betrayed. You call them hostile, unreasonable, ungrateful. You forget that you were the guest. And so the pattern begins. You call for backup. More settlers arrive. More land is cleared. The forest shrinks. The rivers grow cloudy. The animals flee. The balance breaks. They warn you again. They hold councils. They send runners with messages, painted sticks, bundles of arrows left at your doorstep. Each a language you refuse to learn. Each a signal you ignore. And then, one morning, it happens. A skirmish. A death. Maybe accidental, maybe not. Someone's hut burns. Someone's brother is found dead near a stream. And now it's war. You don't know the terrain. They do. You march in formation. They move through trees. Your bright coats make you targets. Their silence makes them ghosts. You outnumber them, but numbers aren't everything when your enemy knows every shadow. Sometimes you win. Your weapons are louder. Your reinforcements steadier. You burn their villages. Take prisoners. Push borders. And you call it victory. Sometimes you lose. You vanish into the forest and are never found. A poisoned arrow ends you in the dark. A trap snaps your leg and you bleed into the soil. No one writes your name down. Your disappearance becomes a rumour. But even when peace returns, it is brittle. A temporary pause between misunderstandings. You call it a treaty. They call it a warning. You sign your name and they sign with symbols, not because they cannot write, but because their meaning is not your language. You walk away satisfied. They walk away wary. Years pass. More ships arrive. More fences are built. Forest paths become roads. Wigwams give way to taverns, and still they adapt. They survive. Some convert, some trade, some marry, some vanish into hills or are herded onto distant lands you've never seen, but they never disappear entirely, no matter what your map says, no matter how many statues you build, or schools you fund, or stories you write. And you, the settler, the guest, the stranger, live on the land now, but not alone. Every step you take is on memory. Every harvest, every brick, every town square is layered over lives you never understood. Because in early America, the greatest mistake wasn't violence. It was arrogance. You assumed they were simple. You assumed they were gone. You were wrong. And still today, in quiet clearings and beside old rivers, the echoes remain. Not in your language, not in your monuments, but in the shape of the land, the forgotten trails, the herbs that grow where old hands once planted them. You don't see it, you don't ask, but it's there, waiting, watching, remembering. You recall one night, cold, silent and fogged in moonlight, when a figure stepped from the trees. Not armed, not angry, just watching. You froze, hand on your musket. They said nothing, just looked. You tried to speak, but no words came. And then they were gone. The next morning your traps were sprung but empty. Your firewood was gone, and someone had left a woven token, a small deer made of grass, beside your door. You burned it without thinking. But you never slept soundly again, because deep down you knew. They had given you a message, and you had missed it. Because in early America, the most dangerous thing you could bring to a meeting was not a musket, but ignorance. Later, when you tell the story, you'll edit out the silence, the confusion, the fear you felt when you realized they understood you better than you understood them. You'll call it a misunderstanding, a necessary war. But somewhere in the back of your mind, the forest never stops watching. You wake up tired, again. There is no such thing as a full night's sleep in early America. The straw pokes through your blanket. The baby cried half the night. The wind found a new gap in the wallboards and needled your spine like a curse. When you finally stir, your legs feel twice their weight. Your back has stiffened like rawhide. You sit up slowly and remember, you're only 30, and yet you feel 80. This is the end of your day, though the sun's just rising. Because here, a long life is short, and the days drag like broken oxen through mud. Time doesn't slip by, it claws at you. One sunrise at a time, it erodes you down to nothing. You start with the fire. Always the fire. You rake the coals. Blow softly. Feed it kindling and scraps. If the fire has died entirely, you trudge to a neighbour's hearth, hat in hand, hoping for an ember. Without it, there's no breakfast, no heat, no comfort. Just cold, stiff hands and teeth that ache in your skull. You eat if there's food. More cornmeal. Maybe a piece of dried apple, if it wasn't nibbled by mice. You chew slowly, not for pleasure, but because chewing any faster risks cracking a tooth. Your gums bleed anyway. You swallow pain with every bite. Then it's time to work. Again. Still. Forever. Chores don't wait. They breed in the night. The woodpile is shrinking. The animals need tending. The roof leaks again. Someone has the fever. Someone else is limping. Someone else simply didn't wake up this morning. You mark their absence and move on. Because in early America, grief is a luxury you don't always have time to feel. Death is not rare, it's routine. A neighbour dies, and you nod. A child dies, and you sigh. A spouse dies, and you keep the stew warm. Mourning must be scheduled between chores. No time to weep if there's laundry. No time to sit if the cow's gone missing. You bury them quickly. Dig a shallow grave, if the ground isn't frozen. Say a short prayer. Cover them with dirt and move the rocks back into place. Sometimes there's a wooden marker. Sometimes not. The worms don't care either way. The earth takes everything. It always has. You do not expect to grow old. And the children you raise, if they live, will remember you as the parent who squinted into the sun and never smiled. You have no teeth for smiling, no breath for song. What little energy you have is spent keeping the walls up and the water from flooding the floor. If you're lucky, you don't die in winter. If you're unlucky, you die in winter, and no one can bury you until the ground thaws. Your body is stored in a shed, wrapped in cloth, visited by mice. When spring comes, someone will dig the hole and drop you in. Marriage brings no guarantee of longevity. A man might be killed in a logging accident. A woman might bleed out after childbirth. A child might waste away from a cough. Death doesn't discriminate. It doesn't announce itself. It arrives mid-meal, mid-sentence, mid-prayer. And when it does, you keep going. You don't have a choice. Because every day in early America is a rehearsal for the end. There are no doctors, not really, just neighbours with opinions. A fever is met with whiskey and prayer. A broken limb gets splintered with whatever's nearby. You might try herbal remedies, ground roots, poultices, teas that taste like compost. Sometimes they help, sometimes they don't. If you get sick, you're mostly on your own. People keep their distance, not out of cruelty but survival. One cough can clear a room. One fever can take down a household. You stay in bed, sweating, praying, watching the ceiling blur and warp with each hallucination. If you recover, you call it a miracle. If not, you don't get to call it anything. And yet, the days stretch on. Long, relentless. The sun arcs slowly overhead, marking the hours not with clocks, but with fatigue. You haul water, chop wood, scrub walls, mend tools, tend animals, weed gardens. If you stop, you fall behind. If you fall behind, you fail. And if you fail, you die. Or someone else does. There's no vacation, no retirement. You work until you break. And then you keep working, just slower. Your joints ache. Your hands curl into claws. Your eyesight fades. Your skin thickens like old leather. You become a figure at the edge of the room. Useful until you're not. In your spare time, you prepare for more work. You soak beans. Patch roofs. Stitch clothes. Teach the youngest how to hold a shovel. How to sweep ash. How to carry water without spilling. There's no childhood here. Just an apprenticeship to struggle. Sundays offer a kind of rest. If you count sitting stiffly on a wooden bench for 3 hours while a preacher tells you that everything hard about your life is your fault. That you were born sinful. That pain is holy. That suffering is good for the soul. You nod along because disagreeing is dangerous. Even joy is measured carefully. A wedding feast, if you can afford one. A song sung softly after supper. A baby's first steps, quickly followed by the realization that now they can wander into danger. You don't celebrate long. The world doesn't allow it. You measure time by seasons, by births, by burials. A good year is one where no one starves and only a few get sick. You mark the months not with calendars, but with tasks. Planting, harvesting, mending, surviving. Evenings come slowly. You sit by the fire, bones creaking, watching the shadows shift across the walls. There's no electricity, no distraction, just the weight of the day and the sound of your own breathing. Maybe a creak from the rafters. Maybe a cough from someone in the dark. You try not to wonder if that cough means anything. At night, the wind presses against the house like a test. You feel it in the gaps. The cold sneaks in, wraps around your legs. You pull your blanket tighter. You think about the day, about tomorrow, about how many tomorrows you might have left. And even in sleep, you're not free. You dream of fire, of flooding, of wolves, of losing everything, of starting over. You wake with your jaw clenched, your fists balled, your chest tight. You rise again, stumble, begin. Because this is what life is here. Not glory, not adventure, but attrition. A slow wearing down of flesh, spirit and bone. Every day is borrowed, every meal is earned, every mistake is punished. The land does not love you. The sky does not notice you. Time only moves forward, and it leaves nothing behind. So you keep going. Until one day, you don't. And when that day comes, someone else will wake up tired. Someone else will feed the fire. Someone else will dig a hole. And the world will keep spinning. Quietly. Indifferently. Because in early America, a short life is not a tragedy. It's the default setting. And if you live long enough to be called old, it's not a badge of honour. It's a curiosity. People nod at you like you've cheated something. But you haven't. You've just endured. Outlasted others. Buried more than your share. You don't tell stories. You don't give speeches. You keep to yourself. Watch the children work. And wait for the day when your name is spoken past tense. Because here, in the raw teeth of the world, life is a candle burned at both ends, blown out by weather, or luck, or a splinter that festered too long. There is no eulogy, no plaque, just silence, and then someone else picking up your tools. So next time you think about history, about how you might have fared, remember this: you wouldn't have lasted a day, but someone like you did, and that's why you're here. Because in early America, survival wasn't heroic. It was just what people did until they couldn't. And even then the chores still needed doing. Let us begin at the very start. Not merely the start of recorded history, but the start of everything. Picture, if you will, the universe as a blank page, entirely empty, except perhaps for a faint humming noise. There were no kings, no philosophers, not even accountants, which, depending on your opinion of accountants, might have been the most peaceful age of all. In this infinite quiet, something rather dramatic happened. Existence. The universe was born, stars formed, and after a few billion years, one particular star, our sun, began to collect a swirling disk of dust and rock that would, with some patience, turn into a small blue planet. This Earth was not immediately hospitable. At first, it was more of a fiery chaos, all lava flows and steaming oceans. You would not have wanted to book a holiday there, unless you enjoy being vaporized. But time, as it often does, worked its slow magic. The planet cooled, continents began to form, and rain fell for millions of years, filling the oceans. And in those oceans, something curious began to stir. Life. Tiny single-celled life, so small that it probably didn't even realize it was alive. These early organisms floated peacefully in warm tidal pools and shallow seas, multiplying and evolving at an unhurried pace. No one was watching, of course, because there was no one to watch. They invented photosynthesis, which, I am told, was a brilliant idea, and began releasing oxygen into the atmosphere, paving the way for larger, more complicated life forms. Over the course of several 100 million years, because nature is nothing if not patient, sponges, jellyfish, trilobites, and eventually fish appeared. The seas became busy, wriggling with life. Then, in a bold evolutionary move, some adventurous creatures wriggled their way onto land. This was the start of something entirely new. Ecosystems with trees, insects, and later, reptiles. Enter the dinosaurs, those enormous lords of the Mesozoic era, stomping around with magnificent disregard for the tiny mammals hiding in the shadows. Dinosaurs were the rock stars of prehistory, strutting about for over 150 million years. But all good things come to an end, and theirs came with a bang, quite literally, when a rather rude asteroid crashed into the Yucatan Peninsula and dramatically changed the weather. The dinosaurs, except for a few who cleverly reinvented themselves as birds, bowed out, leaving the mammals free to take centre stage. Among these mammals was a scrappy little branch that would, through millions of years of trial and error, produce apes. Some of these apes climbed down from the trees, stood on 2 legs, and began walking across the plains. These were our ancestors, not terribly impressive at first glance. Small, hairy, probably quite smelly, but possessed of a curious spark that would one day change everything. Human evolution is a slow and winding tale. First came Australopithecus, who walked upright but still looked more ape than human. Then Homo habilis, who earned the flattering nickname Handy Man because he figured out how to make tools. Homo erectus came next, a tall, robust fellow who learned to control fire, an achievement that must have seemed nothing short of magic. Fire meant warmth, cooked food, and perhaps most importantly, light at night. Around the fire, early humans could sit, rest, and, as far as we can tell stories. In many ways, the entire history of civilization begins with that first story told beneath a canopy of stars. Almost every culture in the world has some version of a creation story, and they are marvellous to listen to, particularly when you are trying to drift off to sleep. The Mesopotamians believed that in the beginning there was only water, divided into the fresh waters of Apsu and the salt waters of Tiamat. The gods were born from their mingling, and as you might expect, soon began quarrelling. In the great Babylonian epic known as the Enuma Elish, the storm god Marduk eventually slew Tiamat and split her body in two, using one half to create the sky and the other to form the earth. Violent, yes, but apparently necessary. The ancient Egyptians, on the other hand, imagined that all was darkness until the god Atum arose from the waters of chaos. Standing upon a primeval mound, he began to create the world, giving birth to other gods who shaped the sky, the land, and the underworld. The Greeks, as ever, were more dramatic. They said that in the beginning there was chaos, a yawning emptiness from which came Gaia, the earth, and Uranus, the sky. These two gave birth to the Titans, who were later overthrown by their own children, the Olympian gods. A family drama so complicated that it makes modern soap operas look tame. Meanwhile, the Norse imagined a great frozen void called Ginnungagap, flanked by the world of fire and the world of ice. When fire met ice, a giant named Ymir was formed, and from his body the gods later fashioned the world. His skull became the sky, his blood the oceans, and his eyebrows the fortifications of Midgard, which, if nothing else, is a very imaginative use of eyebrows. These myths, different though they are, share a common theme. Creation is rarely gentle. It is noisy, dramatic, and full of larger-than-life characters. But the reality of early human life was somewhat quieter. Our ancestors were not busy slaying cosmic dragons. They were busy trying to avoid being eaten by very large cats. They roamed in small bands, hunting and gathering whatever food they could find, and moving on when the seasons changed. Archaeological evidence suggests that they cared for their injured and elderly, perhaps even burying their dead with ritual objects, the earliest glimmers of religion. Over time, humans grew cleverer. They made better tools, learned to shape stone with precision, and began creating art. In caves across Europe, particularly in France and Spain, they painted magnificent images of bison, deer, and horses, using pigments made from ochre and charcoal. These images, tens of thousands of years old, still take our breath away today. Some scholars believe they were used in hunting rituals, others that they were simple decorations, and some even think they may have been early attempts at recording information, a sort of prehistoric notepad. And then there was music. Simple flutes made from bird bones and mammoth ivory have been found in caves, suggesting that our ancestors were already experimenting with melody. One imagines a small group gathered by the fire, someone playing a haunting tune on a flute, while others hum or clap along, creating a shared moment of beauty in an otherwise harsh world. This period, known as the Paleolithic, lasted for an extraordinarily long time, tens of thousands of years. Life was slow, cyclical, and largely at the mercy of nature. But eventually, somewhere in the Fertile Crescent, someone had an idea that would transform everything. What if we stopped chasing our food and made the food stay here instead? By planting seeds and domesticating animals, humans discovered agriculture. This single innovation meant that we could settle down, build permanent homes, and begin to accumulate things, possessions, tools, even ideas. With agriculture came surplus food, which meant leisure time, which meant the beginnings of art, religion, and eventually politics. But we are getting ahead of ourselves. The first chapter of our tale is not about cities or kings, but about quiet nights under a brilliant sky, about the slow discovery of fire, about the first hesitant steps towards creativity and meaning. Imagine the smell of smoke from a campfire, the crackle of dry wood, the soft murmur of voices in the darkness. Above, the constellations turn, the same constellations we still see today: Orion, Taurus, Ursa Major. And perhaps long ago, someone pointed at them and said, "That one looks like a hunter." And thus the first myth was born. This is where humanity truly began. Not in palaces or battlefields, but here, at the edge of the firelight, with a story told to pass the time, to explain the world, and perhaps to help the children fall asleep. It is a fitting beginning for our journey through history, for all of civilization can be seen as one long conversation that started around that fire. So let us end our first chapter here, not with war or conquest, but with quiet wonder. The dawn of humanity was slow, gentle, and full of curiosity. Tomorrow we shall rise with our ancestors and take the next step, planting seeds, taming animals, and building the first villages. But for tonight, let the fire burn low, let the stars keep watch, and let the ancient stories carry us into sleep. When we last left our ancestors, they were sitting peacefully around their fires, painting bison on cave walls, and playing flutes made out of bird bones. It was a simple life, full of wandering, hunting, gathering, and the occasional very exciting moment involving a large predator. But all of this was about to change, and change quite dramatically. For millions of years, humans had been nomads, restless travellers following the herds and the seasons. Then, sometime around 10,000 BCE, somewhere in what we now call the Fertile Crescent, that lush crescent-shaped region stretching across modern-day Iraq, Syria, and parts of Turkey, a brilliant idea took root. Quite literally. Someone decided to plant seeds. At first, it must have seemed like magic. Drop a few grains into the soil, come back weeks later, and there they are. Plants, as if the earth itself were giving gifts. Of course, it was not quite that easy. Early agriculture required an enormous amount of trial and error. One imagined some poor soul chewing on suspicious plants until he found the ones that wouldn't kill him. But eventually, the great staples of civilization were tamed. Wheat, barley, lentils, and later rice and maize in other parts of the world. This great shift from foraging to farming is what historians call the Neolithic Revolution, and it was one of the most significant turning points in all of human history. It allowed people to stay in one place for long periods, to build permanent homes, and to think about things other than where their next meal might come from. Settled life meant the first villages, and with villages came the first neighbourhood disputes. Imagine those early communities, clusters of mud brick houses, smoke curling lazily from cooking fires, goats bleating irritably in pens, children running about underfoot. Without the need to move constantly, people could store food, craft better tools, and even experiment with new inventions. Pottery, for example, seems to have sprung up everywhere farming took hold. Probably because people needed something to keep all that grain in. Agriculture also led to something else: surplus food. This was a revolutionary concept. For the first time, not everyone had to be involved in finding food all the time. Some could devote themselves to other tasks, weaving cloth, making tools, even experimenting with early forms of writing. Specialists emerged: potters, carpenters, priests, and no doubt the first gossipers, who kept the entire village informed of who was growing what. And then there were the animals. Domestication was another milestone, though it must have been an interesting process. Dogs were probably the first. They had been hanging around humans since the Ice Age, scavenging from scraps, until someone realised they were quite useful for hunting and guarding. Sheep, goats, pigs, and cattle followed. In some parts of the world, people tamed chickens and ducks. In others, llamas and alpacas. Imagine the patience it must have taken to turn a wild aurochs, a massive and somewhat ill-tempered prehistoric cow, into a docile farm animal. But if agriculture brought stability, it also brought new problems. For one thing, staying in one place meant waste piled up, attracting pests, and diseases spread more easily. Farmers worked harder than foragers, planting, weeding, harvesting, storing, and if a harvest failed, the entire village might starve. Yet the benefits of farming were too great to ignore. Populations grew, villages expanded, and soon entire regions were crisscrossed with networks of small farming communities. It was in these early villages that humanity's first great social experiment began. People developed rules to govern behaviour, rituals to appease the gods, and of course arguments. Property disputes must have been common. Whose field belonged to whom? Which goat had wandered into which plot? Who had taken more than their fair share of grain from the communal storehouse? In this way, the first seeds of law were planted, perhaps along with the first seeds of politics. And speaking of gods, this was the time when humanity's relationship with the divine deepened. The cycles of planting and harvest were mysterious and powerful, and so naturally they were attributed to divine beings. Fertility goddesses were among the earliest deities to be worshipped. In Mesopotamia, there was Inanna, later known as Ishtar, a goddess of love, war, and fertility who oversaw the growth of crops. The Egyptians had Osiris, the god who died and was reborn, much like the grain that withers and then sprouts anew. Across cultures, myths were born to explain the turning of the seasons, the rising and setting of the sun, and the strange magic of new life springing from the earth. With permanent settlements also came monumental architecture, though monumental at this point meant something rather modest compared to pyramids or ziggurats. The most famous of these early sites is Göbekli Tepe in modern-day Turkey, where massive stone pillars carved with animals were erected by hunter-gatherers before farming had even fully taken hold. This site suggests that religion and communal gatherings may have been the glue that encouraged people to settle down in the first place. In other words, temples may have come before cities. A remarkable idea. Slowly but surely, villages grew into towns, and towns into the first proto-cities. Jericho, in the Levant, is often cited as one of the world's oldest continuously inhabited places, with evidence of stone walls and towers going back to around 8000 BCE. Çatalhöyük, in Anatolia, is another extraordinary example. A dense settlement of houses packed so closely together that people seem to have entered their homes through the roofs. It must have been an archaeologist's dream and an ancient health and safety inspector's nightmare. Life in these early towns was still slow and deeply connected to the rhythms of nature. People rose with the sun, worked in their fields, tended to their animals, and gathered in the evening to share food and stories. At night, they might look up at the stars, just as their ancestors had done, but now they could track those stars carefully, noticing how they marked the passing of the seasons, a knowledge that was critical for planting and harvesting at the right time. And so astronomy was born, not for the sake of science, but for survival. Over time, this stargazing would give rise to elaborate calendars, and eventually to astrology, which has been puzzling and delighting humans ever since. The first priest astronomers were the keepers of this sacred knowledge, ensuring that rituals were performed at the correct times to guarantee good harvests. As populations grew, so too did complexity. Trade between villages increased, with obsidian, flint, shells, and other valuable goods being exchanged over long distances. Early trade routes began to form, laying the groundwork for what would one day become vast networks like the Silk Road. Ideas travelled along with goods, techniques for farming, new tools, and no doubt a few good stories. But if there is one thing that defined this era, it was the steady, gradual pace of life. There were no empires yet, no great armies marching across continents, no libraries or writing systems. Just the quiet hum of a world slowly becoming more organised, more human. The village became humanity's first stage of civilization, the place where people first learned to live side by side, to share work and resources, and to dream of something more. It is strange to think that all the complexity of modern life, cities, nations, technology, began with something as simple as a seed dropped into the earth. But so it did. Agriculture was the foundation upon which everything else would be built. It was the beginning of a grand experiment that continues to this day: how to feed, organise and guide a growing population. Let us leave our ancestors here for now, in their small but thriving villages, perhaps celebrating a good harvest with a feast. The fire crackles, grain beer is passed around, someone strikes up a tune, and children laugh as they run through the dust. Overhead, the stars wheel silently on, marking another year in humanity's long journey. Soon, these villages will grow larger, walls will rise, and kings will appear to claim authority. But that is a story for another night. By now, humanity had grown quite comfortable with village life. They had fields, animals, pottery, and neighbours to complain about. All the essentials of civilization. But the next great leap was about to take place, and it would forever change the rhythm of human existence. Villages would grow into towns, towns into cities, and before long, kings would appear, temples would rise, and the quiet murmur of village gossip would be replaced by the bustling chatter of civilization. And it all began with rivers. Rivers are the unsung heroes of human history. They watered crops, provided fish, served as highways for trade, and occasionally flooded dramatically, just to keep everyone on their toes. In Mesopotamia, between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, people began building some of the world's first true cities. The soil there was rich and fertile, though the rivers were unpredictable, prone to catastrophic flooding. Perhaps this is why Mesopotamian mythology was full of stern, sometimes irritable gods who demanded constant appeasement. If your river gods can wash away your house overnight, you tend to take them seriously. It was here, in this cradle of civilization, that places like Uruk, Ur, and Eridu rose from the dust. Uruk is especially famous. It is the city of Gilgamesh, the legendary king whose exploits are recorded in the Epic of Gilgamesh, the world's first great work of literature. In this story, Gilgamesh goes on a heroic quest, meets a wild man named Enkidu, fights monsters, annoys a goddess or two, and ultimately learns that immortality is not to be found. It is a surprisingly philosophical tale for something written on clay tablets. Cities like Uruk were remarkable places, bustling hubs of trade, religion, and politics. They had markets full of goods, grain, dates, wool, copper tools, and temples known as ziggurats, those massive stepped pyramids that seemed to scrape the very sky. Ziggurats were the homes of the gods on earth, or so it was believed, and priests tended them carefully, performing elaborate rituals to keep divine favour. Life revolved around these temples, which were as much administrative centres as they were religious sites. Of course, With cities came rulers, and with rulers came power struggles. Kings arose, often claiming divine approval for their reigns. In Mesopotamia, kings were seen as the chosen of the gods, tasked with keeping order in a dangerous and unpredictable world. The very first law codes were carved into stone in these cities, Hammurabi's code being the most famous. It contained laws about theft, trade, marriage, and even the proper fees for a surgeon's services. Justice, as you might expect, was rather strict. The phrase "an eye for an eye" comes from this code. While Mesopotamia was building its ziggurats, another great civilization was taking shape along the Nile River. Egypt, blessed with a river that flooded predictably each year, became one of the most stable and enduring cultures in history. The Egyptians saw their river not as a dangerous god to be placated, but as a generous provider. They even personified it as Happy, a cheerful, pot-bellied deity who brought fertility to the land. Egypt's great gift to the world was monumental architecture on an entirely new scale. The pyramids of Giza, built during the Old Kingdom, still stand as some of the most astonishing structures ever created. Imagine the sight of them rising from the desert, smooth-sided, gleaming white under the sun, pointing to the heavens. They were not built by slaves, as old myths once claimed, but by skilled labourers working in rotating crews, well fed and housed in nearby workers' villages. The pyramids were tombs for the pharaohs, who were believed to become divine after death. These were not mere burials. They were cosmic launch pads designed to help the king's soul ascend to the afterlife. Egyptian mythology was rich and colourful, filled with gods and goddesses who personified every aspect of life. Ra, the sun god, sailed across the sky each day and into the underworld each night, only to rise again in triumph. Osiris ruled over the afterlife. Isis worked tirelessly to resurrect him after his murder, and their son Horus became the symbol of kingship. The great temples of Egypt were living places where rituals, music, and offerings kept the balance of the universe, what the Egyptians called Ma'at. Meanwhile, far to the east, another great river civilization was flourishing along the Indus River, in what is now Pakistan and northwest India. The Indus Valley cities of Harappa and Mohenjo-daro were marvels of urban planning, with straight streets laid out on grids, sophisticated drainage systems, and houses with indoor bathing areas. These people loved order, cleanliness, and, as far as we can tell, baked bricks. We still do not know what language they spoke, because their writing system remains undeciphered, but we know they traded widely, even reaching Mesopotamia. And then there was China, where the Yellow River nurtured one of the world's oldest continuous civilizations. The Shang dynasty, one of the earliest known, left behind beautiful bronze vessels, oracle bones inscribed with the earliest form of Chinese writing, and a tradition of ancestor worship that would continue for millennia. Chinese mythology told of the Yellow Emperor, Huangdi, a sage king who invented writing, medicine, and governance, a mythic founding father of Chinese civilization. If you look closely at all these early civilizations, you see common threads. They built cities near rivers. They invented writing to keep track of goods, taxes, and temple offerings. They organized labor to build monumental structures, whether pyramids, ziggurats, or city walls. And they created elaborate mythologies to explain their place in the world, placing gods in the sky, the earth, and the waters. But life in these early cities was not all solemn rituals and architectural wonders. Imagine the soundscape of a Mesopotamian city. The bleating of goats, the clatter of potters' wheels, merchants calling out their wares, children running through dusty alleys. There were markets where one could buy dates, fish, copper tools and beer. Because yes, beer was already being brewed, and judging by some surviving recipes, it was a thick, porridge-like drink you might have needed a straw for. There were also festivals, grand processions in which statues of the gods were carried through the streets, accompanied by music and dancing. The people of these cities knew how to celebrate as well as work, and feasts must have been occasions of great excitement. Still, city life came with its challenges. Crowds meant noise, smells, and the occasional outbreak of disease. Walls had to be built to keep out raiders, and armies organised to defend fields and water supplies. War, alas, is as old as civilization itself, and the first recorded battles come from this era. Yet even warfare helped shape human culture, driving the development of metallurgy, chariots, and strategy. And so, by the time we reach around 3000 BCE, the world is dotted with thriving cities, each a small but dazzling centre of human ingenuity. Writing is being used not only for accounting, but also for literature and hymns. Rulers are commissioning monuments to their own glory, priests are performing elaborate rites, and merchants are carrying goods across great distances. This was the dawn of history in the truest sense, for history requires writing, and writing had finally been invented, first as simple marks on clay tablets, later evolving into cuneiform, hieroglyphs, and scripts that would become the alphabets we still use today. Let us end this chapter here, in one of these ancient cities, perhaps on a warm evening. The marketplace is quieting down, the ziggurat looms dark against the sky, and somewhere a scribe is pressing neat little wedges into a clay tablet by lamplight. The river flows steadily past, carrying water, fish, and the promise of tomorrow's sunrise. Humanity, at last, has entered the age of cities, and the story is only beginning. The dawn of cities had been a triumph, but humanity was not done yet. No, we were just getting started. With the invention of writing and organised religion, humanity had established the foundations of culture. But now we were about to build something even bigger: empires. Yes, cities were fine, but why stop there when you could have dozens of cities under your control, all paying you tribute and sending you grain? This was the age of bronze, and bronze meant power. Bronze, in case you've not handled it lately, is a marvellous alloy of copper and tin. Softer than iron, but stronger than stone, bronze revolutionised everything from farming to fighting. Tools could now be sharper, more durable, and more effective. Axes chopped trees faster, ploughs dug deeper into the soil, and spears could be relied upon not to shatter during a heated skirmish, which is always a plus. As a result, food surpluses grew, populations expanded, and rulers could draft ever larger armies. And with armies came conquest. Mesopotamia was first out of the gate with this empire-building business. Sargon of Akkad, around 2330 BCE, is widely considered the world's first true emperor. He united the city-states of Mesopotamia under his rule, creating the Akkadian Empire. He even boasted that he washed his weapons in the sea, suggesting that his dominion stretched from the Persian Gulf to the Mediterranean, which, for the time, was practically the known universe. Empires were not just about brute force, though. They also required administration. Someone had to keep track of who was paying taxes, who was conscripted for the army, and which city had just rebelled again. Bureaucracy was born. Clay tablets recorded shipments of grain, lists of workers, temple inventories, and yes, the occasional complaint from a farmer that someone had stolen his goat. Some of these complaints survive to this day, which means we have the world's oldest customer service records. While Mesopotamia was busy with its kings and conquests, Egypt entered what historians call the Middle and New Kingdom periods, when pharaohs became even more ambitious. The great warrior pharaohs of the New Kingdom, Thutmose III, Seti I, and Ramses II, expanded Egypt's borders through military campaigns, bringing gold from Nubia, cedar wood from Lebanon, and tribute from as far away as Syria. Ramses II, in particular, loved to carve his name on just about everything, leaving colossal statues of himself scattered across the land. Modesty, it seems, was not his strong suit. And then there were the Hittites, a people from Anatolia who mastered the art of ironworking slightly earlier than their neighbours, giving them a temporary but powerful advantage. They built a formidable empire, clashing with Egypt in one of the world's first recorded battles at Kadesh, around 1274 BCE. The battle ended in what may have been a draw, but the two sides signed what is also considered the first known peace treaty, a surprisingly civilized end to a clash involving thousands of chariots. Chariots, incidentally, were the tanks of the Bronze Age. Light, fast, and deadly, they allowed archers to shoot while speeding past enemy lines, turning battles into something resembling an action sequence from a very dusty film. Training horses for chariotry became a science, and kings invested heavily in their stables. For control of the battlefield often came down to who had the best horses. Farther east, the Indus Valley civilization began to wane, likely due to environmental changes that dried up key rivers. But in its place, the seeds of Vedic civilization were sprouting in India. The Vedas, ancient Sanskrit hymns composed during this time, became the foundation of Hindu philosophy and religion. They speak of cosmic order, sacrifice, and the gods Indra, Agni, and Varuna, divine forces that shaped the world and demanded respect. These hymns were passed down orally for centuries, chanted by priests with extraordinary precision before ever being written down. Meanwhile, in China, the Shang dynasty gave way to the Zhou, who introduced the concept of the mandate of heaven. This was a clever bit of political theology that said a ruler governed with divine approval, but only so long as he ruled justly. Should he become corrupt or tyrannical, heaven would withdraw its mandate, and rebellion would be justified. This idea would echo through Chinese history for thousands of years, offering both legitimacy to rulers and justification for overthrowing them. The Bronze Age was also the era of myth-making. In Greece, the Mycenaean civilization flourished, building palaces at Mycenae and Tiryns, sailing the Aegean in their ships, and perhaps fighting the legendary Trojan War. Homer's epics, the Iliad and the Odyssey, would later immortalize this era, blending history and legend into timeless poetry. Whether or not Achilles and Hector actually existed, their story captured the spirit of a heroic age. An age when warriors sought glory, gods meddled in human affairs, and the cities could fall to the cunning of a wooden horse. In the Americas too, civilization was taking its first steps. The Olmecs of Mesoamerica built colossal stone heads, each weighing several tons, and developed a complex society with trade networks and ceremonial centers. In Peru, the Norte Chico culture erected impressive mounds and plazas, making them some of the earliest city builders in the Americas. Though far removed from Mesopotamia and Egypt, They too were part of this great global shift toward urban life and hierarchy. But just as these early empires were hitting their stride, the Bronze Age experienced a dramatic and mysterious collapse around 1200 BCE. Across the eastern Mediterranean, cities were burned, palaces abandoned, and whole civilizations toppled. The Hittite Empire disappeared, Mycenaean Greece fell into a dark age, and Egypt barely survived a series of invasions by the so-called Sea Peoples. Mysterious raiders who appeared from nowhere, like the world's most destructive houseguests. Historians still debate what caused this collapse. Was it climate change, famine, earthquakes, internal rebellions, or some combination of all these factors? Whatever the cause, the result was a profound disruption of the old order. Trade networks broke down, writing systems vanished in some regions, and many once mighty cities were reduced to rubble. Yet out of this chaos came renewal. New peoples rose to prominence. The Phoenicians, those masterful seafarers who spread their alphabet across the Mediterranean. The Israelites, whose monotheistic faith would one day reshape religion worldwide. And later, the Greeks, who would emerge from their dark age to lay the foundations for philosophy, democracy, and drama. The Bronze Age, then, was not just about tools and weapons. It was about humanity learning to organize itself on a grand scale, to manage resources, armies, and ideas across vast territories. It was about kings and conquerors carving their names into history, and about ordinary farmers, merchants, and craftsmen who kept the great engines of civilization turning. As the Bronze Age drew to a close, humanity was poised on the threshold of yet another leap forward. Iron was waiting in the wings, stronger and more abundant than bronze, ready to reshape warfare, agriculture, and society once again. But for now, let us imagine ourselves at sunset on the walls of a great Bronze Age city. The fields stretch out into the distance, the last light glints off bronze spearheads, and somewhere in the palace a scribe sets down his stylus, having just recorded the day's grain tally. The world is changing, as it always does, and soon the sound of iron will ring across the land. The Bronze Age had come to its dramatic and rather smoky conclusion, and humanity was left to rebuild. Out of the ashes of collapsed empires came new powers, new ideas, and, most importantly, a new metal that would change everything: iron. Unlike bronze, which required the slightly inconvenient process of finding copper and tin and smelting them together, iron was far more abundant. Once humanity figured out how to work it, tools became sharper, weapons deadlier, and ploughs more efficient. In short, the Iron Age was about to turn the world into a busier, hungrier, and occasionally bloodier place. Iron had a democratizing effect. Where bronze was expensive and therefore reserved for elites and professional warriors, iron was relatively cheap and plentiful. Soon, more farmers had better tools, more soldiers had better swords, and more empires had the means to expand their reach. The result was an explosion of new civilizations across the world, many of which you've probably heard of: Greece, Rome, Persia, India, China, names that still echo in our history books, our architecture, and occasionally our films starring suspiciously muscular actors. Let us begin with Greece, because if we don't, they'll never forgive us. Emerging from their post-Mycenaean Dark Age, the Greeks began building city-states, or polis, such as Athens, Sparta, and Corinth. Each city-state had its own personality. Athens was fond of philosophy, theatre, and debating about democracy. Sparta was more interested in military training, strict discipline, and producing citizens who could win staring contests with their enemies before defeating them in battle. Greek mythology flourished during this time, giving the world the Olympian gods in all their dramatic, occasionally soap operatic glory. Zeus ruled the sky, Hera ruled marriage, and occasionally plotted revenge on Zeus. Athena gave wise counsel, and Dionysus, well, he invented wine and parties, so perhaps we owe him the most. These myths weren't just stories. They were woven into every part of Greek life, from temple rituals to athletic games. Speaking of games, the Olympic Games were established around 776 BCE in honour of Zeus. They were a chance to demonstrate physical prowess, bring honour to one's city-state, and perhaps show off just how shiny one's new bronze discus was. While the Greeks were philosophising and racing naked around stadiums, the Near East saw the rise of the mighty Assyrian Empire. The Assyrians perfected the art of empire building with a certain efficiency, and, it must be said, a certain enthusiasm for intimidation. Their armies were terrifyingly organised, featuring iron weapons, battering rams, siege engines, and cavalry. The Assyrian kings left behind inscriptions boasting of their conquests, often in gory detail, which makes for fascinating reading if you're into ancient war propaganda. Then came the Persians, under the leadership of Cyrus the Great, who built an empire stretching from Anatolia to India. Unlike the Assyrians, the Persians were known for a more benevolent approach to ruling conquered peoples, allowing them to keep their customs, religions, and languages as long as they paid their taxes. This policy created one of the most stable and multicultural empires of the ancient world. Cyrus and his successors built the Royal Road, a vast highway system that allowed messages to travel from one end of the empire to the other in record time. Ancient FedEx, if you will. Meanwhile, in India, the Vedic period gave way to the rise of kingdoms called Mahajanapadas. This was the era when the great epics, the Mahabharata and the Ramayana, were composed, sweeping tales of duty, honour, war, and divine intervention that still shape Indian culture today. Philosophical traditions also took root. Buddhism, founded by Siddhartha Gautama, offered a path to enlightenment through meditation and compassion, while Jainism taught non-violence to an extraordinary degree. Some monks even swept the ground before them to avoid stepping on insects. China too entered its own Iron Age, with the Zhou dynasty giving way to the Warring States period. This was a time of constant conflict, but also a time of remarkable intellectual flowering. Confucius wandered from state to state, teaching about morality, duty, and the importance of proper ritual. Advice that would later become the bedrock of Chinese civilization. Laozi, the semi-legendary founder of Taoism, taught about living in harmony with the Tao, the natural way of the universe, offering a counterbalance to the more rigid Confucian order. It was a time of chaos and creativity, when warlords fought for dominance, but poets, scholars, and strategists shaped the philosophies that would endure for centuries. And then there was Rome. In its early days, Rome was just a small city on the banks of the Tiber River, ruled by kings, or so the legends say. The Romans loved a good origin story, and theirs was dramatic. Twins Romulus and Remus, abandoned as infants, were raised by a she-wolf before Romulus eventually killed his brother and founded the city. Nothing like a bit of sibling rivalry to start a civilization. Rome would soon cast off its kings and become a republic, governed by senators, assemblies, and a complex system of checks and balances. Though, if we're honest, it was still dominated by aristocrats in togas. The Romans were practical people, brilliant engineers who built roads, aqueducts, and sewers that still survive today. They also had a knack for absorbing the gods and cultures of others, so much so that many of their deities were simply renamed Greek gods with slightly different fashion choices. Trade and connectivity flourished during this age. Iron tools made farming more productive, leading to surpluses that allowed for artisans, philosophers, and soldiers to pursue their crafts. The Mediterranean became a giant cultural exchange, with Phoenician traders spreading their alphabet far and wide, making writing simpler and more accessible than ever before. This alphabet would eventually inspire Greek letters, Latin script, and ultimately the very words you are reading right now. But let's not forget the common folk in all of this. Most people in the Iron Age were farmers, waking at dawn to tend fields, harvest grain, and hope that the weather, or the tax collector, wouldn't ruin their year. Life could be hard, but there were moments of joy. Festivals to celebrate the harvest, religious rituals to honour the gods, and markets where gossip flowed as freely as olive oil. And of course, there were wars. The Iron Age was noisy with the clash of swords, the thunder of chariots, and the shouts of soldiers. Yet these conflicts drove innovation, better armour, new tactics, and eventually the rise of professional standing armies that could campaign for years at a time. Perhaps the most fascinating thing about the Iron Age, however, was the birth of philosophy and science as we know them. In Greece, thinkers like Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle asked questions about justice, existence, and the nature of reality. In India, scholars explored mathematics and astronomy, giving the world the concept of zero, a number that may not sound exciting but is rather essential for modern life. In China, Sun Tzu wrote The Art of War, a treatise that is still studied today, not just by generals but by business executives who like to imagine their quarterly reports as epic battles. By the end of the Iron Age, the world was more connected, more literate, and more intellectually alive than ever before. Civilizations were trading goods, exchanging ideas, and building networks that stretched across continents. Yet tensions simmered. Athens and Sparta would clash in the Peloponnesian War. Rome would fight for dominance in Italy. And China would not be united until the Qin dynasty finally brought the warring states to heel. So picture, if you will, the world at the close of this age. Iron ploughs cut into the soil. Philosophers debate under olive trees. Roman senators argue in the forum. Persian messengers gallop down the royal road. And somewhere in China, a farmer looks up at the night sky and wonders what it all means. Humanity had entered an era not just of metal, but of ideas. And those ideas would shape the centuries to come. By the time we reached the height of the Classical Age, humanity had become very good at building, and not just with stone and mortar. This was an age of building philosophies, political systems, economies, armies, and entire worldviews. The Mediterranean, India, China, and beyond were buzzing with activity. Empires were growing larger, ideas were flowing faster, and the world was, for the first time, starting to feel connected in a way that went beyond a single river valley or a single kingdom. Let us begin in Greece, where the city-states had finally hit their stride. Athens, that shimmering jewel of philosophy and theatre, was enjoying its golden age. Under the leadership of Pericles, Athens built the Parthenon, a temple so perfect in proportion that even today architects study its design. It was a time of Socrates wandering the streets, stopping unsuspecting citizens to ask them deep and slightly unsettling questions like, "What is virtue?" or "Are you sure you know what you think you know?" His method was brilliant, if occasionally annoying. Drama, too, was flourishing. Playwrights like Sophocles, Euripides, and Aristophanes were packing the theatres with tragedies and comedies. The Athenians loved a good story, especially one involving hubris, fate, and the occasional vengeful god. Imagine sitting under the open sky at the theatre of Dionysus, watching Oedipus Rex for the first time and realising, along with poor Oedipus, that things have gone terribly, terribly wrong. But Athens' glory days were not to last forever. Across the Peloponnesus, Sparta watched Athens' growing power with suspicion, as only Sparta could, through narrowed eyes and clenched jaws. Tensions between the two city-states eventually erupted into the Peloponnesian War, a long, grinding conflict that saw Athens brought to its knees. Sparta might have won the war, but its victory was short-lived, and soon both cities were exhausted, leaving Greece vulnerable. Enter Macedon, a kingdom to the north, led by one of history's most remarkable figures, Alexander the Great. Trained by Aristotle himself, Alexander inherited a formidable army from his father, Philip II, and promptly set out to conquer pretty much everything he could reach. In little more than a decade, Alexander carved out an empire stretching from Greece to Egypt to India, spreading Greek culture wherever he went. This blending of cultures, known as Hellenism, resulted in a fascinating mix of Greek, Egyptian, Persian, and Indian traditions. After Alexander's untimely death, he was only 32, his generals divided his empire. But the Hellenistic age continued, leaving a legacy of art, architecture, and science that would inspire generations. Meanwhile, to the west, Rome was slowly transforming from a regional power into something much more formidable. The Roman Republic had perfected a system of governance that balanced the interests of the aristocracy with those of the common people, at least in theory. Its armies, disciplined and highly organised, marched across Italy, then across the Mediterranean, defeating rivals one by one. Rome's clash with Carthage in the Punic Wars was legendary, especially the part where Hannibal marched elephants over the Alps, an achievement so daring it still boggles the mind. Rome eventually triumphed, turning the Mediterranean into what they proudly called Mare Nostrum, our sea. Rome's power was not just military. Its legal system, engineering feats, and roads created a network that tied its territories together. "All roads lead to Rome" was not just a saying, it was practically a fact. The Roman aqueducts brought fresh water into cities, public baths kept citizens relatively clean, and amphitheatres like the Colosseum provided entertainment on an epic scale. Whether it was gladiatorial combat or dramatic plays, Romans knew how to put on a show. But the classical age was not just about Rome and Greece. Farther east, India was experiencing its own golden age under the Maurya and later Gupta empires. Chandragupta Maurya founded the first large empire in Indian history, while his grandson, Ashoka the Great, after a particularly bloody battle, converted to Buddhism and began spreading messages of peace and tolerance. Under the Guptas, mathematics, astronomy, and medicine flourished. It was here that the concept of zero was fully developed, paving the way for modern mathematics. China, too, was entering one of its most pivotal periods. The warring states were finally united under Qin Shi Huang, who declared himself the first emperor of China. His reign was short but transformative. He standardized weights, measures, coinage, and even the writing system, ensuring that China could function as a single, unified state. He also began work on what would eventually become the Great Wall, employing hundreds of thousands of labourers to keep out northern invaders. The Han dynasty followed, ushering in a golden age of stability and innovation. Paper was invented, Confucianism became the official philosophy of the state, and China's influence stretched far along the Silk Road, a vast trade network that connected East and West. Silk, spices, glass, and ideas travelled thousands of miles, linking civilizations that had previously known little about each other. It was a kind of ancient globalization, slower than ours but no less significant. Far across the ocean, the Maya were building great cities in Mesoamerica, filled with step pyramids, astronomical observatories, and intricate calendars. They tracked the movements of the planets with astonishing accuracy, their priests timing rituals to celestial events. In the Andes, the Moche and Nazca cultures were flourishing, leaving behind mysterious geoglyphs in the desert. Those vast drawings you can only truly see from the air, as though they were meant for the gods' eyes rather than human ones. Religion during this era was evolving as well. Zoroastrianism, with its emphasis on the cosmic struggle between good and evil, spread through Persia. Judaism, already established, continued to shape the moral outlook of its followers, laying the groundwork for Christianity, which was soon to emerge. Mystery religions in Greece and Rome offered personal salvation and secret rites, hinting at the growing hunger for a deeper spiritual connection. The classical age was also the age of philosophy and science. Aristotle wrote treatises on everything from biology to ethics. Archimedes invented clever war machines and explained the principles of buoyancy, and Euclid laid the foundations of geometry. In India, Aryabhata calculated the circumference of the Earth with impressive accuracy, while Chinese scholars were developing seismographs and perfecting the art of bureaucracy, a science in its own right. Of course, life was not all marble temples and philosophical musings. There were still wars, famines, and plagues. Ordinary people still worked hard in the fields, paid their taxes, and worried about whether the next harvest would feed their families. Yet there was a growing sense that humanity was capable of great things, that the world could be understood through reason, improved through law, and perhaps even governed justly. As this era drew toward its close, storm clouds gathered on the horizon. The Roman Republic was straining under the weight of its conquests, sliding toward civil war and the rise of emperors. In China, the Han dynasty would eventually collapse, plunging the country into centuries of division. New religions, Christianity, Buddhism, and others, would soon challenge old ways of thinking, reshaping cultures from within. But for now, let us pause at the height of this classical age. Picture yourself in Athens, listening to Aristotle lecture in the Lyceum, or in Rome, watching the forum bustle with senators, merchants, and gossip. Imagine standing along the Silk Road as a caravan arrives, laden with exotic goods from lands you've only heard about in travellers' tales. The world had never been so interconnected. Ideas had never flowed so freely. And humanity was standing at the threshold of another great transformation. The world after the classical age was one of transition, a time when the old marble pillars of antiquity were crumbling, but something entirely new was quietly taking shape. If you were to stand on a hilltop somewhere in the 5th century and gaze out across the known world, you would have seen a landscape shifting like sand dunes in the wind. The Roman Empire, that grand colossus that had once claimed to bring order from Britain to Egypt, was now struggling to keep its borders intact. And yet, while one empire stumbled, new forces, spiritual, intellectual, and political, were gathering momentum. Rome, as you may recall, had once seemed eternal. The Pax Romana, that fabled peace, had allowed roads to stretch like veins across the empire, cities to flourish, and culture to thrive. But by the late 4th century, Rome was weighed down by internal decay. Taxes grew heavier, the army relied more and more on foreign mercenaries, and politics became a revolving door of short-lived emperors and ambitious generals. Imagine running the largest empire in the ancient world, and still not being able to agree on who should be in charge. It was like watching an endless boardroom meeting, but with more swords. As Rome struggled, the tribes at its borders were on the move. The Goths, Vandals and Huns swept across Europe seeking new lands. The Huns, under their formidable leader Attila, were said to leave a trail of devastation so complete that, according to one historian, the grass never grew where they had passed. A touch dramatic perhaps, but you get the idea. In 410 CE, the Visigoths under Alaric sacked Rome itself, the first time the city had fallen to a foreign army in 800 years. To the people of the time, it must have felt like the end of the world. Saint Jerome, writing from Bethlehem, famously lamented, "The city which had taken the whole world was itself taken." But while the Western Roman Empire was collapsing like a badly built sandcastle, the Eastern Roman Empire, which we now call the Byzantine Empire, endured. Its capital, Constantinople, was a marvel, a city of towering walls, glittering churches, and a strategic position that controlled trade between Europe and Asia. Under Emperor Justinian in the 6th century, Byzantium experienced something of a golden age. Justinian commissioned the construction of the Hagia Sophia, a church so magnificent that when he first saw its completed dome, he is said to have exclaimed, "Solomon, I have outdone thee." A bold claim, but then again, emperors were not known for their modesty. Justinian also codified Roman law, producing the Corpus Juris Civilis, which would influence European legal systems for centuries. Life in Constantinople was a heady mix of politics, religion, and chariot racing. Yes, chariot racing. The Hippodrome was the heart of public life, where factions known as the Blues and the Greens sometimes turned sporting rivalries into full-blown riots. Imagine your local football derby, but with the occasional attempt to overthrow the government thrown in. Religion, meanwhile, was no longer just one tradition among many. It was becoming the defining feature of society. Christianity, once a persecuted sect, was now the faith of emperors. The Council of Nicaea in 325 CE had attempted to establish a unified doctrine, hammering out key questions about the nature of Christ. Theologians debated with a passion usually reserved for war, and occasionally things did turn violent. One story, possibly exaggerated, claims that St. Nicholas, yes, the future Santa Claus, once slapped a heretic at the council. So much for peace on earth. But Christianity was not the only faith shaping the world. In the early 7th century, in the deserts of Arabia, a merchant named Muhammad began to receive revelations that would form the foundation of Islam. Preaching the oneness of God, social justice, and moral reform, Muhammad's message resonated deeply. Within a century of his death, Islamic rule stretched from Spain to Central Asia. The Islamic world became a powerhouse of learning, translating Greek texts, inventing algebra, mapping the stars, and developing medicine in ways that would later inspire Europe's own intellectual revival. Baghdad, in particular, became a city of dazzling brilliance, home to the House of Wisdom, where scholars from many cultures worked side by side. If you wanted to learn astronomy, philosophy, or how to calculate the circumference of the Earth, this was the place to be. And yes, they actually did calculate it, with remarkable accuracy, while much of Europe was still debating how best to stack hay. Speaking of Europe, the so-called Dark Ages were not quite as dark as they are often painted. True, long-distance trade declined, and many cities shrank, but monasteries became beacons of knowledge. Monks in remote corners of Ireland and Italy painstakingly copied manuscripts, preserving not just religious texts, but also works of Aristotle, Cicero, and Virgil. Without these quiet scribes, much of classical literature might have been lost. Europe was also knitting itself together in new ways. Charlemagne, king of the Franks, built an empire that spanned much of Western Europe, and was crowned emperor by the Pope in the year 800, a symbolic moment that tried to revive the idea of a united Christendom. His court at Aachen became a centre of learning, attracting scholars who standardised writing, promoted education, and encouraged the arts. This Carolingian Renaissance, as historians call it, was like a small light flickering in the darkness. Beyond Europe, the world was buzzing with activity. In India, Hinduism continued to flourish, developing its intricate philosophies and devotional traditions. Buddhism spread into Tibet and Southeast Asia, where temples like Borobudur rose from the jungle, covered in intricate carvings that told the story of the Buddha's path to enlightenment. China, under the Tang dynasty, was in the midst of a golden age. Its capital, Chang'an, was a city of nearly 2 million people, a place where Persian traders rubbed shoulders with Korean diplomats and Indian monks. Poetry flourished, printing technology was developed, and civil service examinations ensured that talented individuals, at least those who could master Confucian classics, could rise to positions of power. Meanwhile, across the Atlantic, the Maya were charting the heavens, creating calendars so precise they could predict solar eclipses centuries in advance. Their cities, with their stepped pyramids and ball courts, were centres of political and ritual life. Farther north, the mound builder cultures of North America constructed enormous earthworks whose purpose still intrigues archaeologists today. In Africa, kingdoms such as Ghana were growing wealthy from the trade in gold and salt. Caravans crossed the Sahara, their long lines of camels carrying goods and ideas between West Africa and the Mediterranean world. Over time, this trade would lead to the rise of great centres of learning like Timbuktu, where scholars debated everything from theology to astronomy. Through all this, religion was both a unifying force and a source of conflict. It provided a shared moral framework, inspired breathtaking art and architecture, and gave comfort in uncertain times. But it also drew lines between us and them, setting the stage for future clashes. The world was becoming more interconnected, but also more complicated. By the end of this era, the stage was set for the great dramas of the High Middle Ages, the Crusades, the building of Gothic cathedrals, the rise of powerful kings and queens, and the stirrings of intellectual revival that would eventually blossom into the Renaissance. Humanity had endured invasions, plagues, and the fall of empires, yet it had also preserved and created knowledge, woven new faiths into the fabric of society, and laid the groundwork for a world that was about to grow even more ambitious. If the classical age was a symphony of marble and reason, this age was more like a chant echoing through a vaulted cathedral. Steady, resonant, sometimes mournful, but always pointing upward. The wheel of history had turned, and though the path was winding, it was carrying humanity toward a new dawn. The world was stirring again. By the 11th century, Europe, which had once seemed so fragmented and quiet after the fall of Rome, was beginning to hum with renewed energy. The farms were a little more productive, the towns a little busier, the markets a little noisier. It was as though civilization had taken a long nap and was now stretching, yawning, and wondering what to do next. What it did, rather dramatically, was set off on a series of holy wars. The Crusades began, at least officially, with Pope Urban II's rousing speech at Clermont in 1095. He called upon Christian knights to take up arms and reclaim Jerusalem from Muslim control. His words lit a fire in the heart of thousands. Knights, peasants, and even entire families set out for the Holy Land. Many of them probably had only a vague idea where Jerusalem actually was, but details, it seemed, were less important than the promise of spiritual reward. The First Crusade was astonishingly successful, capturing Jerusalem in 1099 after a brutal siege. Chroniclers tell of scenes so bloody they make the stomach turn, though one imagines that in the retelling they also made certain bishops rather pleased. Crusader states were established in the Levant, complete with castles, courts and markets. These were not just military outposts, but cultural crossroads where East met West, where spices, fabrics and ideas flowed as freely as sword blows. Subsequent crusades were a mixed bag of glory and disaster. The Second Crusade faltered. The third, led by Richard the Lionheart and Saladin, became the stuff of legend. And the fourth somehow ended with Crusaders sacking Constantinople, a Christian city. That last one must have been rather awkward to explain in confession. But for all their violence, the Crusades had a curious side effect. They opened Europe's eyes to the wider world. Returning Crusaders brought back not just tales of battle, but also sugar, spices, silk, and knowledge. Arabic numerals, which were much easier than Roman ones. Try doing your taxes in Roman numerals, you'll see why, began to spread. Medical texts, astronomy, and philosophy from the Islamic world made their way into European universities, sparking debates and eventually intellectual revival. While knights were busy galloping eastwards, Europe's towns were growing. Markets swelled with goods, guilds organised trades, and a new merchant class began to emerge. Cities like Venice and Genoa became maritime powers, their ships darting across the Mediterranean like busy water beetles. Trade routes reached farther than ever before, across the Alps, along the Baltic, and eventually as far as China through the revived Silk Road. The world was becoming connected not just by faith, but by commerce. And towering over these growing towns were the cathedrals. The Gothic style, with its pointed arches and flying buttresses, allowed for buildings so tall and airy they seemed to defy gravity. Light streamed through stained glass windows, painting the floors in crimson, blue and gold. If you've ever stood in one of these vast stone forests, Chartres, Notre Dame, Canterbury, you'll know the feeling. Awe, humility, and perhaps a slight crick in the neck from staring upwards too long. These cathedrals were more than churches. They were community projects, often taking generations to complete. Entire towns might work together, quarrying stone, carving statues, or baking bread for the masons. The result was a structure that wasn't just a place of worship, but a testament to human ambition and faith. Faith was everywhere in medieval Europe. Pilgrimages to holy sites became wildly popular. People walked hundreds of miles to visit shrines, often in hopes of healing or redemption. Canterbury became famous after the martyrdom of Thomas Becket, whose story was later immortalised by Chaucer's pilgrims in the Canterbury Tales. If you couldn't manage the trip, you might at least buy a pilgrim badge, the medieval equivalent of a souvenir fridge magnet. But the age wasn't all prayer and stained glass. It was also an era of knights, castles, and, let's be honest, a fair amount of violence. The Code of Chivalry tried to impose rules on warfare, encouraging knights to be honourable, protect the weak, and serve God. The reality, however, was often rather messier. Still, the idea of the noble knight became one of the enduring myths of the age, inspiring romances about Arthur and his Round Table, Roland at Roncevaux, and countless other heroes whose exploits were recited in firelit halls. Beyond Europe, the world was buzzing with its own transformations. In the Islamic world, scholars like Averroes and Avicenna wrote commentaries on Aristotle that would later shape European philosophy. In West Africa, the Mali Empire was rising under kings like Sundiata and later Mansa Musa, whose famous pilgrimage to Mecca was said to have showered so much gold along the way that he disrupted the economies of entire regions. In Asia, the Mongols under Genghis Khan were forging the largest land empire in history. Their conquests were terrifying, but they also created an environment in which trade and communication flourished across Eurasia. The Silk Road reached a new peak under Mongol rule, carrying paper, gunpowder, and, unfortunately, the Black Death. But let's save that for the next chapter. China under the Song dynasty saw remarkable innovations. Gunpowder weapons, the compass, and movable type printing. Its cities were thriving, its economy vibrant, its art exquisite. Even tea culture was becoming more refined, a soothing thought in a world full of upheavals. Back in Europe, universities began to appear, Bologna, Paris, Oxford, where scholars debated theology, law, and the natural world. The dominant method of learning, scholasticism, involved carefully reconciling reason and faith, Aristotle and Augustine, logic and revelation. To the outsider, these debates might have seemed overly precise. Could angels really dance on the head of a pin? But they represented a serious attempt to understand the universe in a coherent way. The late Middle Ages also saw the first stirrings of national identity. Kings in England, France and Spain were consolidating power, slowly turning feudal patchworks into centralised states. This sometimes led to spectacularly long wars, the 100 Years' War between England and France being a prime example. But out of these struggles emerged stronger monarchies, new military tactics, and even national literatures, as writers began composing not just in Latin, but in their own vernacular languages. Meanwhile, ordinary life was slowly improving. Better ploughs, crop rotation, and new trade networks meant more food, which meant more people, which meant, you guessed it, even bigger towns. Fairs and markets became the centre of social life, filled with jugglers, merchants, and the occasional pickpocket. For a peasant who spent most days toiling in the fields, the annual fair must have felt like a small taste of paradise, or at least a chance to buy a new cooking pot and hear the latest gossip. By the close of the 13th century, Europe was no longer the quiet, fragmented place it had been after Rome's fall. It was vibrant, interconnected, and increasingly ambitious. Its knights had marched to Jerusalem, its merchants had sailed to the edges of the known world, its masons had built stone dreams that still touch the clouds today. The stage was now set for an age of both calamity and creativity. Plagues, wars, and schisms on the one hand, and on the other, an intellectual flowering that would lead directly to the Renaissance. History, as it often does, was about to turn the page again. And as we prepare to follow it, one can't help but marvel at how humanity, despite its wars, rivalries, and occasional tendency to burn things down, kept building castles, cathedrals, ships, and ideas, as though somehow deep down we always believed that tomorrow might just be better than today. History, if we are honest, has a rather mischievous sense of timing. Just as Europe was beginning to recover from centuries of raids, invasions, and the occasional Viking surprise visit, life took a dramatic and rather sinister turn. Sometime in the mid-14th century, a quiet killer slipped into the world's busiest trade routes. It crept aboard merchant ships, leaving the ports of the Black Sea, nestled itself in the fur of rats, and set sail for Europe. When it arrived, it changed everything. The Black Death, as we now call it, struck with terrifying swiftness. Bubonic plague killed with such efficiency that whole families disappeared in a matter of days. Chroniclers wrote of towns where there were hardly enough living to bury their dead. People tried everything to stop it, praying, burning incense, even blaming strangers. Flagellant groups marched from village to village, whipping themselves, believing that if they punished their own flesh enough, God might spare the rest of them. In truth, the plague neither cared for their piety nor their penance. It simply did what microbes do. And yet, out of this unimaginable tragedy came profound change. Fields lay fallow, castles stood empty, and wages for peasants, those who had survived, suddenly went up. After all, when there are fewer farmhands around, the ones who remain find themselves rather in demand. The rigid bonds of medieval feudalism began to loosen. Peasants negotiated, sometimes rebelled, and landlords, perhaps reluctantly, discovered they had to treat their tenants a little better. Psychologically, Europe was never quite the same. People had seen death on a scale they could hardly comprehend. Some turned inward, becoming deeply religious, convinced the end of days was near. Others turned outward, embracing life, beauty, and the pleasures of the world while they could. And so, as the 14th century drew to a close, a new spirit began to stir, one that would blossom into what we call the Renaissance. In Florence, this spirit found fertile soil. The wealthy Medici family became patrons of artists and scholars, pouring gold into the city's workshops and studios. Filippo Brunelleschi, a man of genius and no small amount of stubbornness, built the great dome of the Florence Cathedral, solving an architectural problem that had baffled engineers for decades. It rose above the skyline like a declaration that humanity, despite its fragility, could still achieve greatness. Artists like Botticelli, Michelangelo, and Leonardo da Vinci followed, filling Italy with works that still leave visitors speechless. Leonardo was the very model of a Renaissance man, a painter, sculptor, inventor, engineer, anatomist, and occasional dreamer of flying machines. His notebooks are filled with sketches of helicopters, tanks, and devices no one would attempt to build for centuries. This rebirth of learning was not just about pretty paintings. It was a rediscovery of the classical past, a marriage of Greek rationalism and Christian thought that placed humanity, with all its reason and potential, at the centre of the story. Humanists like Petrarch and Erasmus championed the idea that education could improve the individual and, by extension, society itself. It was a hopeful philosophy, though some critics worried that too much thinking might encourage dangerous ideas. Meanwhile, in the East, the last vestige of the Roman Empire, Byzantium, was reaching its final hour. In 1453, after a long siege, the Ottoman Sultan Mehmed II finally took Constantinople. The city that had withstood centuries of attacks fell, and with it, the great Christian bulwark of the East. Hagia Sophia, once the greatest church in Christendom, became a mosque. For Europe, this was a shock, but it was also a spur. The old trade routes to Asia were now in Ottoman hands, so explorers began to dream of finding new ones. Around this same time, a man in Mainz named Johannes Gutenberg quietly changed the world with a machine that pressed inked letters onto paper. The printing press meant books could be produced faster and cheaper than ever before. Knowledge, once the closely guarded possession of monks and scholars, began to spread. Literacy rates crept up. People could read the Bible for themselves, always a slightly dangerous prospect for the religious authorities. Indeed, it was not long before a German monk named Martin Luther had a few things to say about how the church was doing its business. In 1517, he nailed his 95 Theses to the door of a church in Wittenberg. It was not, as some imagine, an act of vandalism, but rather an invitation to scholarly debate. Nevertheless, his criticisms of indulgences, payments for forgiveness, hit a nerve. Thanks to the printing press, his ideas spread like wildfire. The Reformation was underway. Soon, Europe was divided between Protestant and Catholic regions, and the two sides were often at each other's throats, sometimes literally. Wars of religion swept across France, the Holy Roman Empire, and beyond. The 30 Years' War in the 17th century left much of Central Europe devastated, with villages burned, armies roaming the countryside, and famine stalking the survivors. But conflict also brought renewal. The Catholic Church responded with its own counter-reformation, reforming abuses and sponsoring new art and education. The Jesuits emerged as teachers and missionaries, spreading Catholicism to Asia and the Americas. The map of Europe was changing, both politically and spiritually. While theologians debated predestination and papal authority, explorers were making the world bigger. The Portuguese navigated around Africa to reach India, their caravels hugging the coast like cautious cats. The Spanish, meanwhile, sent Columbus westward across the Atlantic. He believed he had reached the Indies, though he had in fact bumped into a whole new continent. The so-called Age of Discovery transformed the globe. Suddenly, Europe had access to gold and silver from the Americas, spices from the East Indies, and new foods like potatoes, tomatoes, and maize that would revolutionize diets. But this global exchange came at a terrible price for the native peoples of the Americas, who were decimated by European diseases, enslaved, and conquered. The transatlantic slave trade began in earnest, creating a human tragedy whose scars are still with us today. Back home, another quiet revolution was taking shape, one of thought and observation. Astronomers like Copernicus dared to suggest that perhaps the Earth was not, after all, the centre of the universe. Galileo peered through his telescope and saw moons circling Jupiter, spots marring the sun, and craters on the moon. Hardly the perfect heavenly spheres described by Aristotle. His findings were, shall we say, not universally welcomed. The church placed him under house arrest, which at least gave him time to keep writing. Johannes Kepler refined the model of the heavens with his 3 laws of planetary motion. And finally, in the late 17th century, Isaac Newton sat under an apple tree, or so the story goes, and formulated his laws of motion and universal gravitation. The world was becoming less mysterious, but in some ways more wondrous. People were beginning to believe that the universe operated according to discoverable laws, that reason could unlock nature's secrets. This was the seed of the Enlightenment, that intellectual movement that would soon call for liberty, democracy, and an end to tyranny. The late Middle Ages and early modern era, then, were not just a bridge between the medieval and modern worlds. They were the crucible in which our modernity was forged. Out of plague and death came new life. Out of religious conflict came new freedoms. Out of voyages of conquest came a truly global economy. Out of stargazing came a new vision of the universe itself. By the end of the 17th century, Europe was no longer the same place it had been 300 years earlier. It was richer, more literate, more connected, and more restless. The stage was set for revolutions, political, industrial, and intellectual, that would shake the world in the centuries to come. And so, with a deep breath and perhaps a little trepidation, humanity prepared to step into the modern age. The dawn of the modern era arrived not with a single trumpet blast, but with a series of small, insistent knocks. Revolutions of thought, of politics, of industry. Humanity, having survived plagues, wars, and the collapse of empires, seemed suddenly restless. It was as though we had decided that simply surviving was no longer enough. We wanted to reinvent the world itself. The 18th century brought the Enlightenment, sometimes called the Age of Reason, a time when philosophers gathered in salons to discuss liberty, progress, and the curious notion that perhaps kings were not divinely appointed after all. Voltaire, with his razor-sharp wit, poked fun at superstition and tyranny. Montesquieu pondered the separation of powers, an idea that would inspire constitutions. Rousseau waxed lyrical about the social contract, suggesting that government should actually serve the people. This was a bit of a shock to monarchs, who had been under the impression that things worked the other way around. Then came the political revolutions. Across the Atlantic, 13 colonies decided they had had quite enough of being taxed by Britain without representation. In 1776, they declared independence and, after a rather spirited war, founded the United States of America. A few years later, France had a revolution of its own, though theirs was rather messier, involving the storming of the Bastille, the guillotine, and a general sense that heads were literally rolling. These revolutions were more than just dramatic events. They signalled a shift in the way humanity saw itself. Power was no longer assumed to be the birthright of kings. Rights, liberty, equality, these were becoming the watchwords of a new age. Not everyone enjoyed equal rights, of course. Women, peasants, and enslaved people had to wait rather longer to be heard. But the seed had been planted. Even as thrones trembled, another revolution was taking place. This one made of iron, steam, and soot. The Industrial Revolution began quietly in Britain, where inventors tinkered with spinning machines and steam engines. Soon, textile mills were whirring, coal mines were rumbling, and factories were sprouting like mushrooms. Cities swelled with workers seeking employment, their streets choked with smoke, and the occasional horse-drawn cart stuck in early morning traffic. Industry transformed everything. Goods that once took days to produce could now be made in hours. Railways stitched landscapes together with ribbons of iron. Steamships shrank oceans. Telegraph lines carried messages faster than any rider could gallop. The world felt as though it was speeding up, and indeed it was. But industrialization came at a price. The new cities were often crowded and unsanitary, with children working long hours in factories. Poets like William Blake spoke of dark, satanic mills, while Charles Dickens introduced readers to grimy streets and orphaned waifs. And yet, alongside the soot and suffering came new opportunities. Rising literacy rates, cheaper goods, and scientific discoveries that would shape the future. Science, indeed, was advancing at a breathtaking pace. In the 19th century, Charles Darwin published On the Origin of Species, proposing that all life evolved through natural selection, an idea that scandalized some and fascinated others. Louis Pasteur discovered germs, saving countless lives with vaccines and pasteurization. Michael Faraday and James Clerk Maxwell unlocked the secrets of electromagnetism, paving the way for electric lights, telegraphs, and eventually radios. The 19th century was also the age of empire. European powers, now equipped with railways, steamships, and guns, expanded their reach across Africa and Asia. Colonies were carved up, sometimes with straight lines on maps that paid no attention to the people living there. It was an age of both adventure and exploitation, of explorers, missionaries, and entrepreneurs, but also of resistance, rebellion, and cultural collision. Then came the 20th century, and with it, a whirlwind. The First World War shattered the illusion that progress would naturally lead to peace. Machine guns, tanks, and chemical weapons turned fields into wastelands. Empires that had stood for centuries, the Austro-Hungarian, Ottoman, and Russian, collapsed in the aftermath. The world swore never again, but just 2 decades later it happened again, on an even more terrible scale. The Second World War saw genocide, total war, and the use of nuclear weapons. Yet out of its ashes came new alliances, the United Nations, NATO, and a determination to prevent global conflict, though not always successfully. The Cold War followed, with its uneasy balance of power between the United States and the Soviet Union. Humanity found itself living under the shadow of nuclear annihilation, yet also reached for the stars. Indeed, the mid-20th century was an age of marvels as well as fears. In 1969, a human being, Neil Armstrong, set foot on the moon. For the first time, we saw our planet from space, a small blue sphere floating in the vastness. It was a humbling, even poetic moment, a reminder of how tiny and fragile we really are. Social revolutions swept across the globe. Civil rights movements fought for racial equality. Women demanded, and gained, the vote in many countries. Colonies threw off their imperial rulers, from India to Ghana to Vietnam. The world map was redrawn again and again as nations emerged from the long shadow of colonialism. Then came the digital revolution, which has brought us to where we are now. Computers, once the size of rooms, became small enough to fit on desks, then in our pockets. The internet stitched the world together, creating what we sometimes call the global village. Information, once so scarce and precious, became abundant, perhaps too abundant. A person with a smartphone today has access to more knowledge than the greatest library of the ancient world. Whether we use it wisely is another question entirely. As the 21st century unfolds, humanity faces challenges that are daunting: climate change, pandemics, technological disruptions. but also holds possibilities that would have seemed like magic to our ancestors. We can edit genes, explore Mars with robotic rovers, and speak face to face with someone on the other side of the planet in real time. Our story is not over, of course. Civilization is a work in progress. A long, messy, sometimes chaotic conversation between past and future. We still wrestle with the same questions the first city builders must have asked. How do we live together? How do we balance freedom with order, innovation with stability, ambition with compassion? Perhaps that is why history, far from being just a list of dates and battles, is so endlessly fascinating. It is a mirror in which we see both our flaws and our potential. We have built empires and toppled them, invented machines and worried about them, worshipped gods and questioned them. We have been astonishingly cruel and astonishingly kind. And so, as you close your eyes and let this long story settle in your mind, remember that you are part of it. The history of human civilization is still being written in classrooms and courtrooms, laboratories and living rooms, on quiet streets and noisy cities. One day, perhaps, someone will look back at our own time, with all its triumphs and troubles, and tell its story in a calm, reassuring voice. And if you are still awake after all this, well, that is quite an accomplishment.